Chapter 281. It's the right-hand man of the Fengqing area, ZMO. One of the city masters had an ugly expression. How could it be him? His position in the Fengqing area is only below Palace Master Fengqing himself. Why would he be sent here? He has always been by the Palace Master's side, never to be seen. To think that he would appear today. The people of the nameless area were shaken by Zmo's appearance. His reputation had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people for many years. Zmo broke through the air. His majestic voice was so loud that even the deaf could hear. Palace Master Inu, hurry up and receive the decree. Zmo floated in the air, raising the scroll with one hand as he berated. Su Yu stood alone on the giant monument, his lips forming a cold smile. I was afraid you wouldn't come. Only then would the ceremony be interesting. Surveying the surroundings, Su Yu could sense that there were many powerful auras hidden within the city. They did not belong to the Inu area. Zmo looked at Su Yu, his eyes filled with hatred as he berated. How dare you? Hurry up and receive the decree. Do you still have Palace Master Fengqing in your heart? Hong Mo's death caused Zmo's heart to be filled with killing intent. Su Yu then looked at him, calmly saying, Do I need to care about Palace Master Fengqing? Palace Master Fengqing thought too highly of himself, sending out 2 decrees. Insolence. Palace Master Fengqing controls the Fengqing area and the nameless area. He is supreme. As his successor, you dare disrespect him? Zmo roared. Su Yu shook his head. Supreme is the opinion of a pawn like you. In my eyes he is nothing. These words caused Zmo's gaze to turn fierce. He then heard Su Yu say leisurely, Go back and report. Do not exhaust your usefulness. He was merely a pawn sent by Palace Master Fengqing to build up his reputation. His goal was to intimidate the 18 city masters of the nameless area, preventing them from acting recklessly. His goal had been achieved, but exhausting his usefulness seemed to have another meaning. Palace Master Inu, let me ask you, will you accept the decree or not? Zmo clearly did not take Su Yu's advice to heart, his brows creasing. Su Yu calmly shook his head. Do not do anything unnecessary, step down. His eyes gradually became sharp. The purple demon put away the scroll and stepped forward. A formless gust of wind blew up his black hair, causing it to dance in the air. The sharpness in his eyes seemed to have solidified. I alone can deal with you. Why would I need Palace Master Fengqing's help? Broken moon seal. Zmo took a step forward, and a crescent moon formed under his feet. The cold light was like a crescent moon cutting through the night sky. The first layer of the immortal spirit cultivation technique was close to the large success stage. In terms of strength, Purple Demon was more than a level higher than Red Demon. With an ear-piercing, whistling sound, the sharp crescent moon pierced through the air. Su Yu's gaze was calm, but 2 gray rays of light shot out of his eyes. Without any warning, Zmo clutched his head and let out a miserable groan, his figure tottering in the air. Shwa! A pair of white wings unfurled from Su Yu's back, and he disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already 30 feet away from Zmo Chila. The divine ice threads soared into the sky, condensing into a 10-meter-long sword, pointing at Zmo's chest from afar. After the sharp pain subsided, Zmo's eyes widened, and he roared angrily. I won't forgive you! His voice came to an abrupt halt, his pupils dilating, his eyes filled with shock. The piercing pain in his soul seemed to last for a long time, but in reality, it had only lasted for a short moment. How did Su Yu cross such a long distance to arrive in front of him? Feeling the coldness of the sword, Zmo's expression changed. He calmly said, Palace Master Inu, I am merely delivering the decree on your behalf. What is the meaning of pointing your sword at me? Are you trying to incite a war between the 2 areas? How shameless! Many of the people outside the city could not help but curse in their hearts. How was Zemo's actions merely delivering the decree on his behalf? He was clearly filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to kill Palace Master Inu. Now he was slandering Suyu. Suyu stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes as deep as the starry sky were calm. Aren't you trying to incite a war between the two areas? Isn't Palace Master Fengqing and 20 Fengqing guards all geared up and ready to attack the city at any time? Zemo's expression changed, his heart sinking. What? You already know? Suddenly, Zemo's heart sank. Did that mean that Inu had already taken precautions? Palace Master Fengqing might have fallen into a trap. What caused Zemo to break out in a cold sweat was that since Suyu knew, regardless of whether he was killed or not, a war between the two areas was unavoidable. What reason did you have to let him go? Zemo's expression gradually turned pale, feeling death approaching. Fear slowly filled his heart, causing his body to tremble. Palace Master Inu, please forgive me for my rudeness. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. At this moment, in the face of death, he finally lowered his noble head. Unexpectedly, Suyu had a calm smile. Do you know why Palace Master Fengqing sent you here? Carrying the decree and delivering the decree to Suyu in front of everyone. This was clearly intentional. Zemo was at a loss. Of course it's to deliver the decree. Shaking his head, Suyu calmly said, with your abilities, your position in the Fengqing area should not be low, right? Zemo was slightly proud. I'm one of the left and right protectors of the Fengqing area, Protector Zemo. Since that is the case, why would he send you here for a decree that could be delivered by any pawn? Zemo froze. In reality, he had thought about it before, but he did not dare ask Palace Master Fengqing. Because Palace Master Fengqing still lacks a reason to attack. Suyu calmly said, Inu will kill the right protector of the Fengqing area in front of everyone. Only then will Palace Master Fengqing have a reason to attack. So, do you understand why you are here? Suyu coldly said. Hearing this, Zemo's heart shook. He could not believe it. But what Suyu said was not wrong. Only the people of the Inu Manor knew about Hong Mo's death. Palace Master Fengqing's rash attack was still a great crime. Only by killing Zemo in front of everyone would Palace Master Fengqing have the right to attack Suyu at any time. A look of relief filled Zemo's face. Zemo's heart calmed down, his bowed back straightening unknowingly. He raised his head, standing with his hands behind his back fearlessly, his brows raised. To think that you are so smart. Since that is the case, I will take my leave first. Goodbye. Since Suyu knew, killing him would give Palace Master Fengqing an excuse to attack. Then he was already safe. You did not dare touch a single hair on his body. But as he moved, the 10-meter-long sword advanced a meter, piercing his chest. The cold, piercing pain caused Zemo's expression to turn rigid, turning his head to say, What are you doing? If you injure me, Palace Master Fengqing can still find an excuse to attack. Put away your weapon. Otherwise, bear the consequences. But Suyu flicked his finger. Creak! Under Zemo's disbelieving gaze, the 10-meter-long sword pierced through his chest, piercing through his heart. His life force dissipated quickly. Zemo's voice trembled. Why, Suyu's lips formed a cold arc. I warned you before, do not waste your value. Do not do unnecessary things. I gave you a chance. You were the one who insisted on staying, willing to be abandoned by Palace Master Fengqing. Since that is the case, I cannot find a reason to reject you. So that was why. Zemo's heart was destroyed, dying on the spot. Before he died, he suddenly understood Suyu's profound words. Suyu had already warned him that Palace Master Fengqing was using him, giving him a chance to live. He was the one who did not understand. Looking at his dead body, Su Yu shook his head, his gaze shooting to 20 miles away, muttering, "I have already given you an excuse to attack. Palace Master Fengqing, do not disappoint me." 20 miles away, 20 green-robed guards, each with a cultivation level of Dragon Realm Level 7 peak, stood side by side with a solemn expression. Their expressions were cold, their faces cold, filled with killing intent. A total of 20 peak fighters, their abilities no weaker than ZMO, were filled with killing intent. In front of them, a white-robed youth stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his long and narrow eyes overflowing with a cold glow. Suddenly, a cracking sound could be heard from his palm. Looking down, a jade pendant had been broken into pieces. On it, the words ZMO were carved. "The jade is broken and the person is dead. ZMO, you did not disappoint me." The white-robed youth laughed. Below the giant monument, the people from the area lost their voices in shock. Su Yu's attack was ruthless, catching everyone off guard. ZMO, who was Palace Master Fengqing's right-hand guard, was killed on the spot. Did he want to start a war between the two areas? Almost at this moment, a whistling sound could be heard from the horizon, like a flood. A pressuring aura swept across the area. When they saw who it was, the expressions of the people from the area changed. "Palace Master Fengqing. Fengqing guards." Su Yu looked over, his gaze landing on the person leading the group. Immortal Realm Level 1 lower tier, 20 years old. Just the genius ranked 8th. No one in the 100 Territories Alliance could compare to him. Palace Master Fengqing's handsome face was filled with coldness. "Inu, I sent someone to congratulate you out of goodwill. Why did you kill him?" Su Yu's silver hair fluttered, a smile on his face. "Congratulate me? As the Emperor, you ordered me not to change the name of the nameless area?" Palace Master Fengqing creased his brows and shook his head. "My original intention was for you to wait for a while, for me to congratulate you. To think that my good intentions would get me this kind of treatment. Inu, we are both Vice Palace Masters of the Empire of Darkness. We should get along. You are so ruthless and cruel, disregarding your relationship with your colleagues. Are you looking down on me?" It was clear that he was trying to pressure Su Yu, but his words were for Su Yu's sake, distorting the truth. Su Yu nodded his head, about to speak. To his surprise, Palace Master Fengqing interrupted him rudely, his expression filled with pain. "You do not have to say any more. Before you came, I spent a lot of time and effort managing the nameless domain. My goal was to make sure that my successor would be able to obtain a well-organized domain. I hoped that it would be able to help the younger generation. But Palace Master Fengqing's gaze turned fierce. What I did not expect was that after I did so much for you, what I got in return was your ingratitude. First, you killed my envoy. Now, you killed the person who came to congratulate me. You do not have to deny your cruelty. Do not have to deny your ruthlessness. Any words you say are useless." Chapter 282. Ugh! Palace Master Fengqing froze. How could he have expected Su Yu to be so arrogant and savage? A gust of wind blew past. Whether it was the people within the region, who were sweating profusely, or Palace Master Fengqing, everyone fell into a deathly silence. After a moment of silence, Palace Master Fengqing's facial muscles twitched, revealing his anger. According to his calculations, Su Yu had killed his men, so he stood up and threatened him. But Su Yu did not fall for it. Not only did he not refute, he even provoked him. It looked like there was no change in the outcome, but Su Yu had gone from being attacked to provoking him. Suppressing the displeasure in his heart, Palace Master Fengqing had a pained expression. "We, the 10 Vice Palace Masters of the North Continent, are like brothers. I am older than you, so I can be considered your elder. You are vicious, and killing is second nature to you. As your elder brother, I cannot bear to see you continue to fall and walk the path of evil. Your bright future should not be wasted like this. Palace Master Fengqing looked at the horizon, his eyes filled with worry. After thinking for a long time, he let out a deep sigh. Inu, even though you killed my men, you are still young and inexperienced. As your elder brother, I should try to be tolerant. Palace Master Fengqing retracted his gaze, staring deeply at Suyu, his words sincere and earnest. Even though you killed my men ruthlessly, did not consider the kindness I showed you when I took care of your area, and you are ungrateful, I cannot be intolerant. I have decided to continue helping you. From today onwards, I will take on the responsibility of an elder brother and bring you back to the Fengqing area to receive my education. I will get people to take care of your territory. If one day I teach you how to be a human, I will let you return and inherit the nameless area. Only then will you be able to face the people of the nameless area. His words were filled with friendship, and those who heard it were moved. Even though they had personally witnessed Mo's arrogance, even though they had personally witnessed the disdain and humiliation of the decree, they were still moved. But after thinking about it, they could not help but feel wary. Palace Master Fengqing really knew how to talk. He clearly wanted to continue taking over the nameless area, but used the excuse of educating Suyu. How shameless! Hearing this, Suyu could not help but laugh. I have seen many people, but there are few who are more shameless than you. If you want to continue plundering offerings from the nameless region, please say so. If you want to capture me in front of everyone and intimidate the nameless region, please say it. So secretive and sneaky, using educating me as an excuse. Aren't you ashamed? Palace Master Fengqing shook his head in disappointment, sighing, Inu, you really disappoint me. My good intentions have been betrayed by you again and again. You've already reached the point where you have to be educated. For you, for the nameless domain, I must bear the responsibility of an elder brother. Suyu laughed and said, Who do you think you are? You call yourself my brother? Educate me? Do you think you deserve it? Suyu had no need to be polite to such a person. Palace Master Fengqing's gaze turned cold, as though his patience had run out. He frowned and shouted, Inu, you, past, as your elder brother. How can I disregard my elders? You have already reached a stage where you have no choice but to teach them. Palace Master Fengqing stood with his hands behind his back and lightly shouted, Fengqing guards! Capture him and bring him back to Fengqing domain to discipline him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 20 Dragon Realm level, 7 Fengqing guards surrounded Suyu in the middle quickly. The leader of the Fengqing guards cupped his fists and said, Palace Master Inu, please do not resist. Palace Master Fengqing is educating you for your own good. Suyu laughed coldly. Do I need his education? Thank you for your kind intentions. All of you leave, right before I get angry. The leader of the Fengqing guards shook his head indifferently. I'm sorry, you have no right to reject Palace Master Fengqing's good intentions. Attack! With a shout, a Fengqing guard charged forward, under the pressure of 20 Dragon Realm level 7 peaks. Even a person of the same level would find it hard to resist, let alone fight back. But Suyu had a cold smile on his face. I've already warned you. Don't blame me. The leader of the Fengqing guards shook his head, his face filled with disappointment. Not only do you lack education, you lack self-awareness. Palace Master Fengqing is wise. But before he could finish his sentence, the Fengqing guard who had charged forward let out a pathetic cry, holding his head as he roared. It was as though he was experiencing some kind of extreme pain. Following that, a figure attacked him with lightning speed, a fist landing on his chest. Rumble! His chest exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The Fengqing guard was severely injured on the spot. The expression of the leader of the Fengqing guards turned serious, his expression turning sinister. How dare you? You dare to injure me? Su Yu flicked his slightly messy silver hair, laughing instead. Oh, do I stand there and wait for you to injure me? Nonsense. We are only bringing you back to the Fengqing area out of goodwill to receive education. The leader of the Fengqing guard squinted, letting out a cold shout. Su Yu calmly said, "You can keep such goodwill for yourselves. I don't want it." The leader of the Fengqing guards gathered his spirit energy, coldly saying, "I've said it before, you have no right to reject. Even if you want it, you have to. Even if you don't want it, you have to. Attack together." Whoosh! 19 Fengqing guards attacked brazenly. This scene caused the crowd to turn solemn. The rumored Fengqing guards, gathered together, were enough to sweep the Fengqing area. Even Palace Master Fengqing was wary of their battle abilities. Su Yu's abilities were far from the immortal realm Palace Master Fengqing. How could there be any suspense? Among the crowd, only Zi Yunxiang was calmly watching the scene. Space control. Su Yu's right eye exploded with a wine-red glow. In an instant, 10 Fengqing guards, including the leader of the Fengqing guards, were transported 10 miles away. The surrounding crowd was reduced by half in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh! Bolts of dark light shot out from Su Yu's eyes. Soul attacks scattered all over the place. Every attack caused a Fengqing guard to cry out in pain, losing the ability to resist. What awaited them was Su Yu's lightning-fast attack. Ah! Ah! Pathetic cries rose and fell, accompanied by the sounds of bodies crashing onto the ground, as well as the sound of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. In the time it took for a few breaths, the 10 Fengqing guards were all half dead. Looking at the bloody mess on the ground, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. They felt as if they were in a dream. Was this really the all-powerful Fengqing guards who could sweep through an area? Palace Master Fengqing, who was standing with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the show, narrowed his eyes, his smile turning stiff. Even he had not managed to react in time. He believed that he could take care of 10 Fengqing guards alone in a few breaths. But Su Yu's cultivation base was only Dragon Realm level 7 lower tier. Rustle, rustle. The 10 Fengqing guards leaders who had been transported away flew back in anger. Su Yu was proficient in space. The unexpected trump card had caused their combined attack to collapse. When they returned, they were even more shocked to see the 10 heavily injured comrades. How did he do it in just a few breaths? But Palace Master Fengqing was at the side. The reputation of the Fengqing guards could not be tarnished. Attack together. From different angles, the leader of the Fengqing guards shouted. Whoosh, whoosh. 10 strong martial artists of Dragon Realm level 7 pinnacle suddenly attacked. Su Yu's gaze was calm, his eyes shooting out soul attacks like before. Every time he swept a glance, he would subdue one person, then casually punch the other half dead. In just a short moment, 2 people were heavily injured. The leader of the Fengqing guards was furious. Kid, don't be arrogant. Whoosh! It was unknown when the leader of the Fengqing guards had arrived at the angle behind Su Yu, taking the opportunity to attack. Su Yu had a cold smile. He turned, his eyes shooting out 2 bolts of black light. But just as Su Yu turned, he felt a sense of danger. A sharp and cold aura attacked his back. Looking back, it was Palace Master Fengqing. While Su Yu was focused on dealing with the leader of the Fengqing guards, he had launched a sneak attack. A deputy palace master actually dared to launch a sneak attack in front of the crowd. Palace Master Fengqing's expression was stern, saying righteously, Inyu, you are too disappointing, using sneak attacks to injure the Fengqing guards. I might have to capture you on the spot. Kneel. He was clearly the one who launched a sneak attack, but he accused Su Yu of launching a sneak attack. Chapter 283. But Su Yu's expression did not change, his left eye glowing purple. Seal of time. In that instant, the sneak-attacking palace master Feng Qing froze on the spot, pouncing toward Suyu. His momentum decreased. Suyu easily dodged the punch. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Suyu's eyes glowed. With every flash, a Feng Qing guard was killed or heavily injured. After a breath's time, only the leader of the Feng Qing guards was left. The leader of the Feng Qing guards was furious, shameless. Other than sneak attacks, do you have any other techniques? These words caused the crowd of onlookers to be speechless. Who was the sneak attacker? Suyu had faced them head-on with 20 people attacking one person. It was just that his secret technique was more secretive and hard to defend against. From the start, he had faced the enemy calmly. On the other hand, Palace Master Feng Qing, a palace master, had actually launched a sneak attack. It was truly shocking. At this moment, the leader of the Feng Qing guards was lying. Suyu laughed. 20 people attacking one person, is that not shameless? As a palace master, is attacking someone from behind not shameless? You are inferior, yet you accuse others of launching sneak attacks? As expected of the people of the Feng Qing area, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The leader of the Feng Qing guards had a fiery expression as he retorted, "Nonsense! We did not attack you. We were bringing you back to receive an education. As for the palace master, he attacked too quickly, and you did not react. It was not a sneak attack." Suyu said with disdain, "That means my open battle with you is a sneak attack." He sneakily attacked from behind, but it was fair and above board. The Feng Qing domain has taken all the justice in the world. The leader of the Feng Qing guards shouted, "I do not wish to repeat myself. You were useless and could not see the palace master attack. Do not accuse him of launching a sneak attack." Suyu let out a faint smile. "Oh, is that so?" Creak! Suyu had just finished his sentence when he disappeared into thin air. Using his movement technique to its maximum, he only left an afterimage. The eyes of the leader of the Feng Qing guards dilated. So fast! He could no longer track Suyu's movements. "Be careful behind." At this moment, Palace Master Feng Qing finally broke free from the seal, his expression changing. The leader of the Feng Qing guards turned his head back in shock, but it was already too late. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of cold eyes had silently appeared 5 feet behind him. Puff! Before he could react, the leader of the Feng Qing guards felt a chill in his chest, as he saw a long sword condensed from divine ice threads piercing through his chest. His vision darkened, and the leader of the Feng Qing guards fell unwillingly. His face was filled with anger. "You launched a sneak attack. Despicable." Shwa! Suyu pulled out his divine ice threads. At once, blood splattered, and the leader of the Feng Qing guards fell to the ground, wiping away the remaining blood on his divine ice threads. Suyu stared at him indifferently. "You are trash. Since you could not see my attack clearly, don't falsely accuse me of launching a sneak attack. I'll say the same to you." Puff! The Feng Qing guard's chi and blood attacked his heart, and he spat out another mouthful of blood from his chest, fainting on the spot. At this point, the legendary guards who could sweep across the Feng Qing domain had been annihilated. Although Suyu possessed the magical space ability, he could take them by surprise and split half of his power to defeat them one by one. However, it was an undeniable fact that he could single-handedly defeat the legendary guards. Inu, Palace Master Feng Qing's face was gloomy, looking at the heavily injured and half-dead guards on the ground. Palace Master Feng Qing was furious. Everything was different from what he had planned. According to his plan, he should have imprisoned Palace Master Inu with lightning speed and regained control of the nameless area. But the reality was that Suyu's abilities were unpredictable. He had single-handedly defeated the guards that he was so proud of. If he did not capture Suyu, he, Palace Master Feng Qing, would return in defeat after coming here with such vigor. He would become a joke among the 10 great deputy palace masters. You enough. Palace Master Feng Qing glared at him angrily. My kindness has been betrayed by you again and again. You killed my men and injured my guards. To you, a normal education is no longer effective. Now, as your elder brother, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents and master. I will teach you a lesson on how to be a person. What he meant was that Su Yu's parents and master had not taught him well. Hence, he was going to teach Su Yu a lesson on their behalf. Su Yu squinted his eyes, coldness coursing through his body. Replace my parents? Replace my master? Who do you think you are? Su Yu was furious. Palace Master Feng Qing was insulting his parents and master for not teaching him how to be a person. No matter how much Palace Master Feng Qing bullied Su Yu would not be too angry. He could only implicate the people he respected. That was unforgivable. Based on the fact that I can teach you a lesson, that alone is enough. Palace Master Feng Qing let out a cold grunt. His figure was like lightning, flashing through the air toward Su Yu. Spirit energy seeped out of his body, turning into 100-foot-long beam of energy. With a series of ripples, it shot toward Su Yu. At this moment, Su Yu's eyes were ice cold. Thunder Starfinger. At that moment, a sudden clap of thunder could be heard. The boundless power of heaven and earth descended. The wisp of spiritual energy that attacked him was instantly destroyed by the purple lightning arcs. An immortal level technique of stage 1 lower class, and a rare lightning-based technique at that. Palace Master Feng Qing creased his brows. You have some potential. Unfortunately, you are only SOO. I will show you the true difference between you and me. Peach Blossom Burial. Palace Master Feng Qing released a divine glow. He was surrounded by a faint pink fog, the shape of peach blossoms faintly discernible. Chirp, chirp. The peach blossoms spun rapidly, slicing through the air, letting out a piercing whimper. The sky was filled with spinning peach blossoms. The aura was terrifying. Stage 1 of an immortal level technique, infinitely close to upper class. Among the spectators, the gazes of a few city masters turned serious. Every time an immortal level technique was raised to a new level, it would take years, even decades. To be able to reach stage 1 upper class before the age of 20, it showed how powerful Palace Master Feng Qing's level of perception was, and how talented he was. Coupled with the fact that he was an immortal realm level 1 cultivator, there was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. Su Yu shook his head, advancing instead of retreating. Star, thunder, finger. It was the same immortal level technique, but the power of heaven and earth caused the surrounding air to vibrate. Bolts of lightning formed a small vortex with Su Yu as the center. Looking at it, it was as if he was the divine king of lightning, his body covered in destructive lightning descending. Stage 1 upper class of an immortal level technique. Rumble, creak, thunder rumbled, the destructive lightning destroying everything. The peach blossoms enveloping the sky were like illusions completely destroyed. Amidst the purple light that filled the sky, a figure staggered and fell out. Looking over, it was Palace Master Feng Qing, his face filled with shock. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, his face pale as he took a few steps back. His noble robes were shredded into pieces amidst the lightning. His exposed skin was mostly charred, his chest a bloody mess. In a direct clash, Palace Master Feng Qing was actually at a disadvantage. As for Su Yu, he did not move an inch. The difference in abilities between the two of them was obvious. The entire city was dead silent. The scene in front of them toppled everything they knew. The high and mighty palace master of the Fengqing area in their hearts had actually lost to the newly promoted palace master Inu. In that instant, the gazes of the 18 city masters were filled with respect, as well as a deep fanaticism. Their area master was so powerful. Su Yu took a step forward, coldly walking toward Palace Master Feng Qing, lightly shaking his head. Your abilities are mediocre. I really don't know where you get the confidence to give me orders, where you get the confidence to educate and lecture me, and where you get the confidence to snatch my territory. You don't know your place." Palace Master Feng Qing's face turned red. It was obvious that Su Yu's abilities were above his, but Palace Master Feng Qing had repeatedly given orders to Su Yu. Palace Master Feng Qing even opened his mouth to educate Su Yu. He did not understand. Su Yu was clearly only Dragon Realm level 7 lower tier. How could his abilities be so strange? But he did not have the time to think. If he did not subdue Su Yu today, his reputation would go down the drain. Biting his teeth, Palace Master Feng Qing let out a light grunt. "Seventh Senior, what are you waiting for?" Whoosh! Under a big tree in the city, a red-robed youth was leaning against it. He was chewing on a blade of grass, his hands behind his head. His large bald head shone brightly. His eyebrows were thick, his gaze fierce. A long scar ran through his right eye, giving off a feeling that no one would get close to him. "Pooey!" Hearing Palace Master Feng Qing's call, the red-robed baldy spat out the blade of grass in his mouth, lazily straightening his body. His fierce eyes were filled with disdain. "Trash! You can't even handle a newcomer." Whoosh! Leaving behind an afterimage, the red-robed baldy appeared beside Palace Master Feng Qing. Seventh Deputy Palace Master, Palace Master Shui Yao. Gasps of shock could be heard from the audience. Zi Yunxiang let out a light sigh, a little worried. My guess was right. Other than Palace Master Feng Qing, there are other palace masters here to interfere. After all, this was the birth of the last Deputy Palace Master. The other Deputy Palace Masters would more or less pay attention. The worst had happened. The other Deputy Palace Masters had also interfered. Palace Master Shui Yao? So you sized him up a few times. Immortal Realm level 1 upper tier. His abilities more than double that of Palace Master Feng Qing. You are the new Palace Master Inu? Palace Master Shui Yao examined Su Yu, his gaze critical. Su Yu nodded. Yes, 7th Senior. Do you have any advice for me? Before Palace Master Shui, Yao's intentions were clear. Su Yu naturally did not want to offend him. Palace Master Shui, Yao crossed his arms, releasing a formless aura. Palace Master Feng Qing, who was beside him, could not help but turn serious, secretly resisting. However, their true imposing manner was directed at Su Yu. Since you call me senior, I will make the decision here. I will give you a fair judgment. Palace Master Shui, Yao spoke to himself, not asking for Su Yu's opinion. This was the Inu area. The conflict was between him and Palace Master Feng Qing. He had nothing to do with Palace Master Shui Yao, but he had forcefully made the decision without Su Yu's consent. Feeling the other party's arrogance, Su Yu creased his brows. 8th Junior is in the wrong in this matter. 10th Junior is young and inexperienced. Even if he was reckless and ignorant, how could you force him to educate him? You had good intentions, but your actions were inappropriate, causing a rift between the two of you. You need to take responsibility for this. Palace Master Feng Qing let out a sincere sigh. It was Junior's lack of consideration, causing this misunderstanding. Hearing the two of them echo each other, Su Yu laughed coldly in his heart. He no longer had any hope of upholding justice. Chapter 284. Not only did you not appreciate 8th Junior's good intentions, why did you kill the other party's envoy? Is such an ungrateful act something a deputy palace master should do? Palace Master Shui, Yao scolded sternly. The surroundings were silent. Now that things had developed to this point, it was Palace Master Shui, Yao who was in charge of justice. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that while he appeared to be fair, he was in fact biased. Su Yu laughed coldly as he shook his head. Good intentions? Palace Master Shui Yao is also a deputy palace master, but he sent an envoy to me twice. The first time, he ordered me to meet him. The second time, he ordered me not to change the name of the nameless area. You call this good intentions? If you were present and did not witness it, then forget it. But if you saw everything, I can only say, Palace Master Shueyao, are you blind? The 18th city, Lord sucked in a breath of cold air. Was Palace Master Inu crazy? How dare he speak to Palace Master Shueyao in such a manner? His temper was well known among the 10 great palace masters. He was not to be trifled with. As expected, Palace Master Shueyao's expression turned gloomy. Inu, I can forgive your ignorance and let bygones be bygones, but you had better be clear-headed. 8th Junior's selfless love for you. It is your narrow-minded heart that misunderstood his kindness. I do not wish to repeat myself. Hee. Su Yu laughed coldly. Palace Master Shueyao, not only are your eyes blind, your heart is blind too. Since you feel that his decree is caring, then Palace Master Shueyao, Palace Master Inu, order you to pay your respects to me immediately. Palace Master Shueyao creased his brows. Lunatic, Su Yu mocked. Didn't you say that giving a decree to someone is caring? Why are you not grateful for my decree, but instead call me a lunatic? You're simply ungrateful. Palace Master Shueyao let out a cold grunt. That is different. His decree is a sign of his goodwill towards you. It is a completely different matter from your decree. Su Yu laughed coldly as he shook his head. In the end, you and him are just wearing the same pair of pants. Double standards. You're very skilled at playing with them. 10th Junior, I will advise you one last time. Watch your mouth. If you continue to slander me, don't blame me for not giving you face. Hall Master Shueyao narrowed his eyes. The cold threat caused everyone's heart to shiver. Su Yu sneered. Is your face very valuable? When have I ever wanted it? You came uninvited, relying on your powerful cultivation base to uphold justice. If you were truly trying to uphold justice, then so be it. But you and Palace Master Fengqing are in cahoots with each other. You talk about righteousness and morality and go against me at every turn. You still have the face to say that you are giving me face? Coldness beamed out of Hall Master Shueyao's eyes. His voice was low and slow. You are truly disappointing. I've decided. I will preside over this fair trial to the end. I don't believe I can't deal with an ungrateful person like you. Waves of murderous energy collided between Su Yu and the two of them. Su Yu's silver hair fluttered in the wind, but his expression was one of delight. Oh, what are you going to do to me? Palace Master Shueyao slowly put down his crossed arms. Powerful air currents swirled around his body. His eyes were filled with coldness. You cannot distinguish right from wrong, good from evil, and you are ungrateful. If this goes on, you will eventually walk the path of evil. So, as your senior, I have the responsibility to teach you a lesson. I will bring you back to the Shueyao area and lock you up in the dungeon. You will reflect on your mistakes for 3 years. Your territory will be managed by Palace Master Fengqing on your behalf. When you know how to be grateful, I will let you out. At this point, there was no turning back. So you calmly said, Haha, all of you want to teach me a lesson? Fine, as long as you have the ability. Palace Master Shueyao shook his head in disappointment. Looks like you are still living in the small world of the past, thinking that you are a top genius. You are a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to achieve anything great. After I bring you back to be taught a lesson, I will slowly teach you how to be a person. Palace Master Shueyao let out a cold grunt, taking a step forward. His movement techniques were more than twice as fast as Palace Master Fengqing's. When Palace Master Fengqing was still a few hundred meters away from Su Yu, he had already arrived in front of Su Yu. A pair of ferocious eyes shot out a cold glow. "Kneel," Su Yu calmly said. "If you want to kneel, I will not stop you." "Humph. People like you cannot be persuaded by mere words. As your senior, I have to teach you a lesson." Palace Master Shui Yao let out a cold grunt, taking out a blood-red knife. The long knife was extremely intelligent, as if it was breathing. It was like a living creature. Su Yu felt the blood in his body slowly flowing away. Threads of fresh blood uncontrollably seeped out from his pores, being absorbed by the knife. A knife that could absorb blood. Blood-drinking demon, slaying knife. Stage 2 upper class of an immortal level technique. The majestic knife energy sealed off Su Yu from all directions. He had no way of avoiding this knife. His gaze turned serious. Palace Master Shui Yao was indeed not someone Palace Master Fengqing could compare to. Thunder Starfinger. The purple light illuminated the sky, the sound of thunder shocking the world. The two collided. Creak, creak, thud, thud, thud. So you felt the knife energy graze his face and was forced back 3 steps. Palace Master Shui Yao only took 2 steps back. Even the lightning-based techniques were more powerful than normal techniques. There was a limit to it. With techniques of the same level, Palace Master Shui Yao was 4 levels higher than Su Yu. He had the absolute advantage, and it was not surprising that Su Yu was at a disadvantage. Unbeknownst to them, Palace Master Shui Yao was shocked. Only after experiencing it personally did he realize how frightening Su Yu's finger was. The blood-drinking demon-slaying knife was one of the best immortal-level techniques. Even if he were to face someone of the same level, using a technique of the same level, he would not be as relaxed as Su Yu. No wonder you dare to be so insolent. You do have some skills, but let's see how long you can last. I will defeat you within 10 moves. Palace Master Shui Yao raised his knife again. Feeling a gap that he could not make up for, Su Yu sighed. He could only give it a try. With a glint in his eyes, the fire cloud seal between Su Yu's brows shot out a fiery red glow, entering the clouds in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the air around the white clouds suddenly became cold, and the water vapor condensed together, condensing into a mass of dark clouds. Within the dark cloud there were lightning arcs, as if a lightning dragon was swimming. Rumble. The roar of thunder was deafening, causing everyone to tremble in fear. What is going on? Why would there be lightning in broad daylight? As the dark clouds became denser and thicker, the crowd felt uneasy. Waves of destructive aura shrouded down from the clouds. Everyone in the area covered by the dark clouds felt as if they were about to be annihilated. Only a few people noticed that Su Yu was below the center of the dark clouds. The entire dark cloud revolved around him. At that moment, Su Yu was like a legend. His every word and action affected heaven and earth, creating a shocking phenomenon. The eyelids of Palace Master Shui Yao and Palace Master Fengqing twitched. The feeling of unease they felt was more than twice as intense as that of a normal person. What is going on? What kind of phenomenon is this? Is it caused by Su Yu? Impossible. The two of them stared at Su Yu in disbelief, communicating with heaven and earth. What kind of miracle was that? They had never heard of anyone being able to communicate with heaven and earth. But Su Yu was like the king of heaven, coldly spitting out a few words. Chapter 285. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly swirled, and a huge vortex appeared in the middle. A purple lightning dragon roared as it tore through the 9 heavens, destroying everything in its path. Hall Master Shui Yao's expression changed drastically. He hurried to block. Blood-drinking demon slaying saber. Unparalleled saber chi rose into the air. However, when the two collided, the saber chi was annihilated in an instant. The lightning dragon charged down without any hindrance. Crack! A weird scene took place. The lightning, which was obviously extremely destructive, did not blow Palace Master Shui Yao into pieces. Instead, it froze him into an ice sculpture. Within the lightning, there is an extreme coldness. Palace Master Feng Qing took in a breath of cold air. Is this the god's decree? A divine grade, divine decree that communicates with heaven and earth? The tribulation of ice and thunder was the divine grade, divine decree that Su Yu had comprehended for a long time. Su Yu's face was slightly pale. Using the divine grade, divine decree had consumed a lot of energy. As Zhang Xian slowly retracted his divine will, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the phenomenon disappeared. Glancing at Palace Master Shui Yao, who was sealed in ice, Su Yu shook his head and said coldly, with such a standard, "You still have the cheek to call yourself my senior brother and teach me a lesson?" Turning his gaze, Su Yu looked at Palace Master Feng Qing, calmly saying, "It's your turn." Palace Master Feng Qing's heart thumped furiously as fear filled his eyes. Even Hall Master Shui Yao had been frozen in one move, let alone him. Wait. Palace Master Feng Qing spat out a mouthful of saliva, embarrassed. "Inu, I admit that my actions were a little extreme, but my intentions were good. You have misunderstood." Even now he was still unrepentant. Su Yu shook his head, secretly. A white shadow flashed. Thunder Starfinger. "Ah, Inu, don't push me too far." Palace Master Feng Qing's face changed as he retreated. Su Yu looked at him coldly. "Pushing me too far? Who was it that was so high and mighty, repeatedly issuing decrees to me? Who was it that relied on their strength to snatch my territory and imprison me? Who conspired with Temple Master Shui Yao and pretended to uphold justice while bullying me? You've gone too far. I'm far inferior to you. From the beginning to the end, it was them who had been overbearing. Now, Su Yu is merely collecting some interest." Rumble. Palace Master Feng Qing retreated 3 steps back and coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Inu, my Feng Qing guards have all been heavily injured by you. Isn't that enough? What else do you want?" Palace Master Feng Qing was furious. Su Yu laughed coldly. "They were courting death. So shouldn't they be injured by me? Since when did it become a reason for you to be exempted from punishment? You're so overbearing and forceful, trying to take my territory, and now you want to end things with just a few words? Thunder Starfinger." Boom! Palace Master Feng Qing let out a blood-curdling screech as he was smashed into the ground. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood towards the sky. "You, so ruthless!" Palace Master Feng Qing forcefully endured the blood in his throat, his heart filled with both shock and anger. To achieve his purpose, he had made thorough preparations and contacted Temple Master Shui Yao in secret as a backup plan. Unexpectedly, things changed again and again. The Feng Qing guards were annihilated. He himself was no match for them. Even Palace Master Shui Yao, their final trump card, had been frozen. Today he, Palace Master Feng Qing, had taken advantage of the situation to come here, but he had to return empty-handed. He would definitely become the laughingstock of the Empire. Crawling up from the ground with difficulty, Palace Master Feng Qing felt a huge pain in his chest. He clenched his teeth and said, "What a great Palace Master Inu! I, Feng Qing, will remember this injury. One day." Puff! But before he could finish his sentence, Su Yu had already stepped on his abdomen, pushing him back into the ground. Under the immense force, Palace Master Feng Qing once again spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes bulged and his mouth opened wide. He did not expect Su Yu to kick him again. "You still dare to threaten me after losing to me? Or do you think that I will let this matter rest after injuring you once?" Su Yu stepped on his abdomen, calmly saying. Palace Master Feng Qing stared at Su Yu in anger. "You injured my Feng Qing guards and myself. What more do you want? What more? Su Yu let out a mysterious smile, shooting out divine ice threads from his finger and pulling the frozen Palace Master Shui Yao closer to him. Su Yu laid beside Palace Master Fengqing. The two of you colluded with each other, trying to imprison me, saying that you wanted to educate me and steal my territory. This debt is not something that can be resolved by injuring the two of you. My principles are simple. If someone respects me, I will respect them tenfold. If someone destroys me, I will take 3 from them. Since the two of you like to imprison people, educate them, and steal their territory, I will naturally return the favor. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Su Yu. They had thought that Su Yu would have a tragic ending. Who knew that Su Yu would use his full strength? Finally, he stepped on Palace Master Fengqing and Palace Master Shui Yao. The most overbearing thing was that he wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine. He wanted to imprison the 2 palace masters in the Fengqing area and take over 2 areas. From today onwards, the 2 of you will be imprisoned in the Inu Manor and listen to my instructions. The Inu area will take over your territory. I'll consider returning it to you when you've behaved yourself. Also, the Spirit Fate elixir that you distribute every month will belong to me as well. Su Yu calmly smiled. The effects of the Spirit Fate elixir were something that Su Yu would never forget after trying it once. Palace Master Fengqing felt humiliated, shouting, "I refuse!" Pooh! What answered him was Su Yu's powerful kick. Do you have the right to refuse? Su Yu's eyes were filled with coldness. When they felt that Su Yu's abilities were only SOSO, they forcefully wanted to educate Su Yu and take over his territory. When Su Yu refused, did they give him the chance to refuse? The matter was settled. Today, Su Yu's offering ceremony was full of ups and downs. His talent was beyond compare. Initially, they had thought that Palace Master Inu was the weakest. Unexpectedly, his battle abilities were shocking, and he was able to suppress the 2 palace masters who had caused trouble. The shocking battle really inspired the hearts of the 18 city lords. The matter was settled just like that. However, Su Yu did not make any other moves. Instead, he squatted down, his eyes squinting, and said meaningfully, "Palace Master Fengqing, can you tell me the reason why you are so obsessed with the Inu area?" The Inu area was one of the 10 areas. It was barren and desolate. Their offerings were meager, hardly comparable to those of the Fengqing domain and the Blood Demon domain. However, Palace Master Fengqing did not hesitate to sacrifice his left and right protectors and mobilized a large force to lead the Fengqing guards to attack. It would have been fine if that was all. Even Palace Master Shui Yao had participated in it, swearing to take over the Inu area. It was indeed unusual. The only explanation was that what they were after was not as simple as territory. Palace Master Fengqing's pupils contracted, but he quickly concealed it. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Puff! Su Yu exerted strength in his legs, causing Palace Master Fengqing to spit out another mouthful of blood. "I won't repeat myself a second time. Speak." However, at this moment, clap, clap, from a corner of the audience, the sound of applause could be heard. The crowd parted, and a young man in bright clothes stepped out, clapping his hands. He had a purple crown on his head, a belt inlaid with gold and jade. He wore a deep blue robe, looking noble and elegant. His face was even more beautiful than a woman's, releasing a faint glow as he faced the sunlight. What a handsome man! His strength was also shockingly high. He had actually reached Immortal Realm level 2 lower tier. It's the 5th Deputy Palace Master, Zhang Jian. 3 Deputy Palace Masters had appeared at Su Yu's first offering ceremony. 8th Deputy Palace Master Fengqing, 7th Deputy Palace Master Shui Yao, and 5th Deputy Palace Master Zhang Jian. Each of their abilities was stronger than the last, especially the 5th Deputy Palace Master, an Immortal Realm level 2. His abilities were far above Fengqing and Shui Yao. Even before he arrived, Su Yu, who was hundreds of meters away, could feel his imposing aura. A 23-year-old immortal realm level 2. As expected of the Empire of Darkness, the Deputy Palace Masters they gathered were all outstanding individuals. Zhang Jian's skin was fair, his eyes indifferent, occasionally looking down on Su Yu. Along the way, he did not look to the side. In his eyes, other than Su Yu, he did not look at anyone else. At least you have some brains, knowing that these two people have ulterior motives. Zhang Jian said slowly. Although he spoke in a normal tone, his arrogant and domineering attitude was undeniably revealed. Coming in front of Su Yu, Zhang Jian looked at Su Yu with a critical gaze. He nodded, then shook his head, nonchalantly commenting, "Your strength lies in your techniques, your ability to catch your opponent off guard. Even though you won, luck played a role. Your weakness is that your cultivation level is too low. If you continue to work hard, you might have a bright future." Su Yu did not retort. Even though his words were harsh, they were not completely wrong. His strength lay in his techniques. As for whether it was luck, Su Yu did not agree or disagree. As for the fact that Su Yu's cultivation level was too low, Zhang Jian intentionally ignored the fact that Su Yu was only 16 years old, for years younger than Feng Qing and Shui Yao. He could not be bothered to argue. After hearing Zhang Jian's arrogant comment, Su Yu calmly said, "Palace Master Zhang Jian, are you going to learn from Shui Yao and stand up for justice?" Creak! Zhang Jian let out a disdainful laugh. "Your abilities are insignificant. You are not worthy of me standing up for justice. You can do whatever you want. That has nothing to do with me. As long as you do not delay the important matters," Zhang Jian said. "The reason why the two of them took over your territory is simple. There is an ancient relic in your Inu area. The two of them have been secretly excavating it for many years, but they have not opened it for many years. According to their plan, they would have succeeded this month. Who knew that there would be a beast tide, delaying their plans? What was even more unexpected was your sudden appearance, disrupting their plans. In order to prevent the news from being leaked and the third Deputy Palace Master from dividing the treasures, they went to such extremes. Not only did they take over your territory, they even wanted to imprison you." Su Yu understood. So that was the case. But the location of the relic was coincidentally the location of the beast tide that Zi Yunxiang had mentioned. Originally, Su Yu had planned to personally make a trip to investigate when he had the time. There were still relics hidden within the beast tide. Zhang Jian looked askance at Su Yu, his words extremely impolite. "Originally, with your abilities, you do not have the right to participate in this matter. However, seeing that you are the Palace Master, I will allow you to participate in this matter for the sake of our future meetings." The relic was clearly in Su Yu's territory, and the owner was Su Yu. But in Zhang Jian's words, he was giving Su Yu a chance to explore. Although he was furious, Su Yu's expression was calm. He did not object, calmly saying, "There is no time to lose. Let's set off immediately." He had two goals. First, to be unstoppable. The existence of the relic had already been exposed. The chances of him taking it all for himself were low. Rather than that, he might as well share it with them. Second, to split the risk. The relic was about to come out, and there was a beast tide. There was definitely a connection between the two. Exploring with them was undoubtedly safer. Zhang Jian let out a light laugh. "At least you know what's good for you. Call the two of them and the Feng Qing guards together." Following which, Su Yu released the blood demon and released Feng Qing. After half a day of preparation, Su Yu finally set off. Before he set off, Su Yu said to Zi Yunxiang, "Yunxiang, please take care of the matters in the city." Zi Yunxiang nodded her head. "Don't worry. After I sign the contract, I will definitely return the intact Inu area to you." Chapter 286. 2 days later. In the southwest corner of the Inu area, a human city was hidden in the deep forest, like a small boat passing by a vast expanse of green waves. Lori City. We're here. Zhang Jian was shocked. Even he had to be careful with the sudden appearance of a beast tide. The heavily injured palace, Master Fengqing, and the Fengqing guards had recovered a little. Palace Master Shui, Yao had regained his freedom. Shui, Yao looked at Suyu cautiously, grunting. The relic is hidden deep beneath Lori City. We were about to open the seal, but half a month ago, the demonic beasts in the forest attacked, forcing us to stop. Suyu stood on the clouds, his crystalline pupils revolving, scanning the Lori City 50 miles away. What he saw was dead silence, other than the rotting corpses on the ground. The city was dead silent, no signs of life. Whoosh! But at this moment, a black shadow flashed past, causing Suyu's pupils to dilate. There was someone. Looking closely, the black shadow moved without a trace, making it difficult to pinpoint its direction. Who was it? Suyu was bewildered. Could it be that someone had arrived before him? Or was it related to the beast tide? That person's movement techniques were extremely agile. His cultivation level extremely high. Filled with doubt, Suyu was silent. Zhang Jian creased his brows. The beast tide delayed the appearance of the relic by half a month. In other words, the risk of exposure has increased. If they had opened the relic in one go, the news might not have spread. But after halting the relic for half a month, there were many people who had participated in the excavation. Zhang Jian's appearance was the best proof. Since he had obtained news of the relic, it was hard to guarantee that he was the only one. Without further ado, the group descended upon Lori City. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, the deathly silent city, Suyu mourned in his heart. For Sunset City, that beast tide was tantamount to a disaster. Suyu followed the group to the center of the city. A giant hole had been hastily covered up. Gusts of extremely sinister cold wind blew out from the pitch-black hole, causing one's hair to stand on end. Looking into the hole, Suyu's brows twitched, his heart filled with unease. What an evil relic! Suyu said seriously. The arrogant Zhang Jian was stern. This relic is a dangerous place. Zhang Jian stood at the entrance of the cave and pondered for a moment. How about this? The Fengqing guards will be at the front, and Suyu will be at the back. The 21 of you will go down and check out the situation. Zhang Jian did not even look at Suyu as he made the arrangements. There were two reasons for this arrangement. The Fengqing guards were at the front. Firstly, they had a large number of people. Once they encountered danger, the chances of those who managed to escape would be higher. Suyu was at the back instead of Fengqing or Shuiyao. This was because they were considering their overall abilities. If there was a power below that could wipe out the entire Fengqing guards, with Suyu's abilities, he might be able to escape successfully. This was something that Fengqing and Shui Yao might not be able to do. Palace Master Fengqing frowned deeply, sending his men to their deaths? However, facing Zhang Jian, he did not dare to object. Why should it be me? Suyu asked expressionlessly. No one liked the feeling of being used as a spearhead. Only then did Zhang Jian look at Suyu, lightly creasing his brows. You have an opinion? What a joke. Why didn't you go down by yourself? Suyu asked. Zhang Jian did not hide his intentions at all. He sneered and said, there are unknown dangers down there. Of course, you should be the one to explore it. Do you want me to go? How condescending was he? He was ordering people to their deaths with such confidence. The reason was that he was of a higher status than Suyu. Hence, Suyu could die, but he could not. Squinting his eyes, Suyu's heart was filled with killing intent. This Zhang Jian really thought that he could control their fates. I'll give you 3 breaths' time. Go down immediately. Zhang Jian urged impatiently. Don't forget, you were able to come because I agreed to give you a chance. Otherwise, you would not be fated with the relic. The relic clearly belonged to Suyu, the owner of the land. But now it had become Zhang Jian's gift. If Fengqing and Shui Yao had taken over the land for the relic, they would still have some self-awareness as people from the other areas. However, Zhang Jian did not have such awareness. In his mind, there was no such thing as the owner of the Yinyu area. In his eyes, Suyu was worthless. If this place was controlled by the first deputy palace master, would Zhang Jian dare to be so arrogant? Come uninvited? A cold intent circulated in the depths of his eyes. Unexpectedly, Suyu did not resist, nodding his head expressionlessly. Fine, I'll go. He did not resist. The reason was that when he neared the cave, the small palm print deep within his soul actually trembled slightly. According to Hai Kuang, that seemed to be some sort of key. It could actually affect the mysterious palm print. Suyu squinted his eyes. Zhang Jian laughed arrogantly. That's more like it. Don't worry if there are treasures in the relic, and I'm in a good mood. I'll give you some. Go. Suyu shook his head. In Zhang Jian's heart, the entire relic belonged to him alone. Whoosh! Suyu entered the cave, activating his crystalline pupils. In the darkness, the night was as bright as day. After walking for an hour, other than the cold wind, there was no danger, until he reached an ancient metal door. The metal door was 100 meters tall. It was completely blood-red, as if it was made from blood. It was like the door to hell. Just by standing in front of the metal door, Suyu could feel a deep evil. A chilling aura was emitted from the blood door. In the middle of the blood door, a huge gap had been blasted open. Waves of cold wind whistled out from the gap. With a flash of his eyes, Suyu stepped into the gap. The expressions of the Fengqin guards changed, following closely. But when he entered, Suyu's eyes, which could see nothing in the darkness, suddenly realized that there was a black mirror in the gap of the blood door. When Suyu passed by, his own face was reflected in the mirror. His eyes left an image in the mirror. As for the rest of the Fengqin guards, in the darkness, they did not notice the mirror, which was one with the darkness, and did not notice it. After stepping into the blood door, the bone-piercing cold wind assaulted them at once. Even Suyu felt his blood run cold. Looking around, he and his group appeared in a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were stone statues carved all over. Over the 10,000 years, most of the stone statues had been destroyed. Only a small portion of the stone statues had been preserved. The expression of the leader of the Fengqin guards changed, quickly going forward to examine the stone statues. After a while, he said in disappointment, "From the material, it looks like a normal stone statue. I wonder if there is any difference between a complete stone statue." The leader of the Fengqin guards walked to the nearest complete stone statue, touching it at a close distance. But at this moment, Suyu's eyebrows twitched, his expression changing. "No, retreat quickly. That is not a stone statue." Gulp! Almost at the same time, the sound of a throat moving reverberated in the silent darkness. It was like a bloodthirsty beast, letting out a thirsty sound. Chapter 287. The pairs of eyes were like blood-colored pearls in the dark night, illuminating the entire night in a blood-red hue. A cruel and tyrannical aura reverberated within the bloody eyes. The heart of the leader of the Fengqin guards skipped a beat, his body stiffening for a moment. But even as his scalp turned numb, he reacted quickly, retreating rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated 10 feet. Just as the leader of the Fengqin guards heaved a sigh of relief, his pupils suddenly dilated. The stone statue in front of him had disappeared. Creak! A strange sound came from behind him. The leader of the Fengqin guards turned back to look, only to see a green-faced, fanged ghost gnawing on a lump of heart. Fresh blood splattered, the flesh crunching as the ghost gnawed on it. In the dark and gloomy underground, the sound of chewing caused one's guts to crack. What caused the leader of the Fengqin guards to gasp was that he felt a sharp pain on his back, his vision turning black. Lowering his head to look, he realized that his chest had been hollowed out from behind. His heart had vanished into thin air. The green-faced, fanged evil creature was not gnawing on someone else's heart, it was his. But the other party was too fast, causing him to feel the pain at the moment of his death. Silently falling to the ground, the leader of the Fengqing guards still had the fear and pain of death on his face. It's an evil corpse. Run. One of the elderly Fengqing guards recognized the ghost, and his teeth chattered. He let out a loud roar of terror and turned around to escape. What? The legendary evil corpse? An evil corpse born in a place of extreme negative energy, with abilities of at least Immortal Realm Level 1? Run. Their combined strength was enough to wipe out the Fengqing area, but after hearing the words evil corpse, they were terrified, fleeing in panic. Roar. But at this moment, the remaining stone statues revived. Green faces, fangs, blood-red eyes, green ghost claws. Turning into streaks of shadows, they pounced toward the panicking Fengqing guards. Don't! Pooh! Creak! Creak! In the blink of an eye, the screams of terror, pitiful cries, the sound of blood splattering, and the sound of flesh and bones being gnawed on were mixed together, creating the sound of hell. Fengqing guards were being pounced on continuously, their screams resounding. In the blink of an eye, the corridor had turned into hell. Su Yu's pupils dilated. What a powerful evil zombie. Their individual abilities were at least Immortal Level 1. Roar. Suddenly, an evil corpse pounced toward Su Yu. Su Yu's expression changed, but he did not retreat. Instead, he dashed toward the depths of the corridor. The evil corpse was certain of Su Yu, and it chased after him relentlessly. It was only when they reached the end of the corridor that the evil corpse stopped at a red line and stared at Su Yu. Oh, Su Yu was slightly relieved, as if the evil zombie was afraid of something. At this moment, he turned around and looked at the entrance. The ground was littered with the corpses of the Fengqing guards. Out of the 20 of them, only one managed to escape. The rest of them had all become a meal for the evil corpses. What an ominous place! There were dozens of evil corpses that were extremely difficult to form. In Su Yu's memory, evil corpses were buried in places of extreme Yin and could only be born after being baptized by eviline energy for a long time. The requirements were extremely harsh. In the history of the Jinlong continent, the number of evil corpses that had appeared could be counted on one's fingers. Unexpectedly, there were dozens of them here. Now that things had come to this, Su Yu had no choice but to go deeper. At the end of the corridor was a huge wall. It seemed that they had reached the end of the underground ruins. Su Yu was slightly annoyed. Apart from a ground full of evil corpses, he had not obtained anything. But Su Yu's eyes gradually narrowed. For the evil corpses to stop here in fear, there must be something extraordinary at the end. Su Yu's palm rubbed the stone wall, and he felt a cold sensation. It passed through his skin and surged into his heart. Crack! A layer of white frost instantly formed on Su Yu's palm. Su Yu's pupils turned serious, his eyes filled with surprise. What a powerful cold energy! He cultivated the ice Tao, and it was rare to see cold energy that could freeze his palm. Su Yu's eyes flashed, and he punched the stone wall. Rumble! A surprising scene occurred. The seemingly indestructible stone wall actually rolled down a huge rock. A cave that could only fit one person appeared on the stone wall. Passing through the stone wall, a black Yin energy that was almost solid surged out from the cave. Roar! All the evil corpses stopped eating at the same time, roaring continuously. The evil corpse that had chased after Su Yu looked at the cave in fear, continuously retreating. For the evil corpses to be so afraid, what kind of evil place was on the other side of the cave? After thinking for a moment, Su Yu clenched his teeth and entered the cave. The cave was extremely narrow, only allowing one person to pass through. Su Yu crawled out, his breathing difficult. Not to mention turning around, he did not even have space to move his limbs. Not long after, Su Yu saw a ray of light. Waves of cold and sinister energy blew toward him. Su-yu felt his face covered in frost, the coldness piercing his bones. Just as he was about to raise his hand to wipe away the frost on his face, Su-yu suddenly felt something wet on his back, as if something was wriggling. There was also a warm stream of blood from the umbilical cord blowing against Su-yu's face. Su-yu gasped when he turned around to take a look. At some point in time, a woman's head was resting on his back. Her 10-meter-long black hair was dripping onto the ground, drenching Su-yu's back. A pale, swollen woman's face, as if she had been soaked in water for a few months, was on Su-yu's shoulder. Her mouth was slightly open, spitting out a warm breath that sprayed onto Su-yu's frosty face. The breath was filled with a foul stench. Looking closely, the mouth was filled with fresh blood, like the fangs of a wolf. The sharp teeth were fine and long, densely packed in the mouth. His eyes were filled with hatred and a ferocious smile. He stared at Su-yu without blinking, as if he was smiling. A woman's head on fire. Su-yu had lived 2 lives, and this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying thing. He almost screamed in fear, especially that half-smile in his eyes. It was as if he was a wolf looking at the prey that was about to take a bite. Su-yu's mind was buzzing, his limbs icy cold, his heart thumping wildly. Luckily, Su-yu's fear only lasted for a moment, and he quickly regained his composure. Escape! In such a narrow place, it was difficult to move freely. If he did not escape in time, he would be eaten alive. At this moment, the head grinned, revealing a row of terrifying fangs. It let out an ear-piercing, ghostly cry, opening its mouth to bite down. At this moment, Su-yu finally moved. Thump, straightening his back colliding with the ceiling of the cave. Ah! A ghostly cry like that of a baby came from behind him. The woman's head rolled off Su-yu's back, rolling on the ground as it screamed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su-yu used both his hands and feet to travel through the tunnel. But he had only taken 2 steps when his legs were suddenly tightened. Looking back, it was the woman's head, using her 10-meter-long black hair to wrap around Su-yu's legs. The head used the force of the rebound to fly over ferociously. It opened its bloody mouth, letting out a ghostly cry that could pierce one's eardrums. I'll eat you! I'll eat you! Roar! The huge mouth was about to bite him, but in such a narrow environment, there was no way to turn around. Seeing that he was about to be bitten, Su-yu's eyes flashed, and he used his soul attack without warning. The head screamed in pain. The scream was so loud that it caused Su-yu's ears to buzz. The entire cave shook continuously, as if it was about to collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Su-yu freed himself from the hair, escaping in a hurry. But he had only taken a few steps before the woman's head caught up to him again. Her pale and swollen face was filled with the ferocity of an evil spirit, her bloody mouth creaking. The 10-meter-long hair was like a vine, wrapping around the protruding part of the cave. The head chased after Su-yu at a shocking speed. I'll eat you! Su-yu was terrified, climbing with all his might, feeling the aura behind him getting closer. Su-yu's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Finally, thump! Su-yu had successfully crawled out of the cave, but he had just flown out when he felt something tighten around his waist. The black hair had wrapped around him, pulling him into the cave. Su-yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Taking the opportunity to fly backward, he turned around in midair, gathering a purple lightning arc on his fingertips. Thunder's star finger. Pooh! The scream stopped abruptly. Half of the woman's head had been blasted into smithereens, but she was still alive. She screamed as she retreated to a protruding part of the cave. Su-yu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Being chased by a female ghost in a cave was really dangerous. He wanted to kill her, but it was difficult to use his fists and legs in the cave, so he could only give up for now. At this moment, Su-yu finally had the mood to look at the other side of the cave. It was a world of black ice and snow. Black snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Many black ice mountains stood in the darkness like ghosts. A black snowflake landed on Suyu's palm, immediately turning into a piece of black ice. Hiss! Suyu gasped, hurriedly shaking off the black ice. Using his crystalline pupils to look, Suyu gasped. This was not black snow, it was worms. It was black snow formed by tens of thousands of densely packed worms. Their entire bodies were ice cold. Hence, when they landed on Suyu's palm, it felt cold. Once they got close to a living being, they would devour the flesh and blood of the living being. Suyu's palm only stopped for a moment before he felt a faint pain. Looking at it, his palm was slowly seeping with blood. Did that mean that the black snow in the sky were worms? Those huge icebergs were also insects. Suyu felt his scalp go numb. What strange worms! Suddenly, Suyu's pupils dilated. Within the black ice mountain in front of him, there was a figure sealed within the ice mountain. His clothes were simple, not like someone from this era. In his arms was a simple black jade box. What caused Suyu's pupils to dilate was that the extremely cold wind was blowing out from the crack of the black jade box. What was the jade box? What kind of nature-defying item was hidden within? The cold wind that leaked out from the crack created a land of extreme heat. But just as Suyu was about to investigate, there was a commotion from the cave he had passed through. Suyu's expression changed, immediately hiding to the side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A chaotic sound could be heard from the tunnel. It was Zongjian, Shuiyao, and Fengqing. The Fengqing guards were completely annihilated, with only one escaping. This caused the expressions of the three of them to change, immediately coming down to investigate. With the abilities of the three of them, they might not be able to kill all the evil corpses so quickly, but it was not difficult for them to escape the pursuit of the evil corpses. They followed the cave that Suyu had discovered and entered the black ice. Be careful. There is something strange about the snow. Zhang Jian's expression was serious. Spirit energy seeped out of his body, surrounding his body and blocking the black snow. Shuiyao and Fengqing followed suit. Fengqing looked around, grunting. Where is Inu? He is not among the corpses outside. Chapter 288. Suddenly, Zhang Jian squinted his eyes. His gaze landed on the sealed ancient expert in the black ice mountain. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. Even Suyu could tell that the old man and the black jade box were extraordinary. How could Zhang Jian miss it? However, Zhang Jian did not take the initiative to attack. A wisp of cunning was hidden deep within his eyes. The fake did not notice the frozen powerhouse and looked elsewhere. Fengqing and Shuiyao, on the other hand, discovered the frozen experts one after another. Their expressions changed as they looked at each other and rushed towards the ice mountain together, even though they knew very well that there might be unknown dangers within the black ice mountain. However, even if they joined forces, they were still no match for Zhang Jian. If they did not make the first move, they would not be able to obtain the treasures in the ruins. However, just as the two of them were about to reach the black ice mountain, whoosh, from a hidden place, an imposing figure actually appeared. He was tall, wore a black bamboo hat, and emitted a wild aura. Under the bamboo hat was a pair of cold and frightening eyes. Suyu's eyes turned cold. This person actually gave him a sense of familiarity. Hai Kuangren. He had encountered Hai Kuangren in the ruins of Shenyue Island. However, their temperaments were completely different. Hai Kuangren tended to be arrogant, but this person tended to be cold. However, the two of them were dressed very similarly. His cultivation base was a level lower than Hai Kuangren's immortal level 2 upper tier. Could the bamboo hat man before him be related to Hai Kuangren? Zhang Jian's expression changed, and he struggled indeterminately. His opponent's strength was a level higher than his. In a one-on-one fight, he was definitely not the opponent's match. With a glint in his eyes, Zhang Jian calmly retreated into the cave. Haha, you want to leave now? Isn't it already too late? The man in the bamboo hat sneered. Like a ghost, he rushed ahead of Zhang Jian and blocked the cave. As such, Zhang Jian and the other two had no other way out. Who are you? How dare you appear in the sub-palace of the Empire of Darkness? Zhang Jian berated sternly, secretly meeting up with Shui Yao and Feng Qing. The man in the bamboo hat sneered. Branch Palace of the Empire of Darkness? Since the ancient times, your Empire of Darkness has always been like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Not to mention a small branch hall like yours. Even if an empire were to descend, it would be nothing in front of the 9th Saint Master. The arrogance of this person was shocking. Since ancient times, the Empire of Darkness had always been the strongest and most mysterious ancient force in the Jinlong continent. In his 10,000 years of history, he had unified the continent many times and dominated the world. But this heaven-defying faction was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the Bamboo Hat Man. In the end, what kind of power was behind him? Could it be that, other than the Empire of Darkness, there were other powers in the Jinlong continent? However, Suyu finally confirmed that the plated Bamboo Hat Man in front of him belonged to the same camp as Hai Kuangren. They were all talking about the same person, Saint Lord. Who was this so-called 9th Saint Master? Could they really destroy the #1 power of the Jinlong continent, the Empire of Darkness, with a flick of their fingers? Zhang Jian squinted his eyes and did not reply. The blood demon frowned. Ridiculous. There is only one kind of person who dares to boast in front of the Empire of Darkness. That is a lunatic. The man in bamboo hat narrowed his eyes and shook his head. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Summer insects can't talk to ice, so it's better to send you on your way. Hearing this, the three of them changed their expressions. Zhang Jian tried his best to maintain his composure. We have no grudges against each other. If you want the historical remains, you can take them. I will give them to you on behalf of Palace Master Inu, who is in charge of this place. Suyu, who was in secret, laughed coldly. It was ridiculous. What right did Zhang Jian have to make a decision on behalf of Suyu and give the historical remains that belonged to him to the enemy? In order to survive, Zhang Jian was willing to do anything. The plated bamboo hat man sneered. Who do you think you are? The key in the jade box belongs to me. Why would I need you to give it to me? I am not killing you because I am worried that you will fight with me for the treasures. Instead, I do not want the news to leak. Die. An absolute ability that could suppress the three of them exploded. Zhang Jian clenched his teeth. Attack together. With him as the leader, the three deputy palace masters fought with all their might for their lives. However, even if the three of them joined forces, they were no match for the plated bamboo hat man. After 10 moves, 3 pathetic cries could be heard, one after another. Then they stopped abruptly. The ground was covered in fresh blood. Even though they were strong, they did not manage to injure the plated bamboo hat man in the slightest bit. All of them fainted from their heavy injuries. The plated bamboo hat man patted his sleeves, shaking his head in disdain. A bunch of trash that grew up in a greenhouse. You have cultivation levels, but are unable to unleash the power that you should have. With his hands behind his back, the plated bamboo hat man swept his gaze, shooting it toward Suyu. He said nonchalantly, "You are the only one left. Do you not intend to come out? After all, I have allowed you to live for so long." He had already sensed Suyu's existence. Thinking about it, it made sense. The plated bamboo hat man was originally here. How could he not know that Suyu had arrived? Russell Suyu appeared. The plated bamboo hat man examined Suyu, nodding his head, praising him. You have reached Dragon Realm level 7 at the age of 16, and your immortal level lightning-based cultivation technique is at stage 1 upper class. Your talents and level of comprehension are all top-notch. Compared to these 3 trash, you are much stronger. Suyu's gaze was dull, examining the plated bamboo hat man as if he wanted to see through his identity. It is a pity that no matter how talented you are, you will be buried in the Jinlong continent, rather than you personally witness the arrival of the end of the world. Why not I be merciful and send you on your way first? Rumble, the aura of an immortal realm level 2 upper tier, came crushing over. Su Yu raised his hand and used Thunderstar Finger. The plated bamboo hat man shook his head. If you were given more time, you might surpass me one day. It is a pity that you are too weak now. You have the strength of an ant. Creak. Before he arrived, his power had already arrived. The lightning arc that Su Yu had yet to release was destroyed in the air, following which he pointed at the space between Su Yu's brows. But what caused the plated bamboo hat man's expression to change was Su Yu's expression was still dull. Who told you that I was going to use this technique? A destructive energy had already been brewing in his mouth. Buddhist Saints 8 characters. Lin. Roar. This attack, which seemed to possess the power to destroy the world, engulfed the bamboo hat man, who was caught off guard. The plated bamboo hat man's expression changed abruptly, and he gasped. A legendary level cultivation technique. Su Yu was shocked. He had used this technique before, but it was the first time someone recognized that it was a legendary level cultivation technique. This person could not be allowed to live. Luckily, he had underestimated his opponent and was unprepared. He was engulfed by the sound wave at close range. Puff, puff, thump. The plated bamboo hat man's clothes were torn apart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was a mess of flesh and blood. Many of his bones were broken, and his internal organs were destroyed. This strike nearly took away half his life. The plated bamboo hat man could not believe it. His indifferent expression was replaced by shock. How old are you? You can actually comprehend a legendary level cultivation technique. Impossible. It is impossible, no matter how talented you are. Are you human? Su Yu had a cold smile, and his gaze landed on the right hand behind the plated bamboo hat man's back. You are asking all sorts of questions. Are you trying to buy time to recover from your injuries? The plated bamboo hat man's body turned rigid. His right hand trembled, and a jade bottle rolled down. Inside the bottle was half a bottle of light green medicinal powder, and it emitted a thick scent of plants. Kid, it is not too late to stop now. You have no idea who you are provoking. The plated bamboo hat man saw that he could not buy time, and he threatened Su Yu coldly. Unexpectedly, Su Yu had a faint smile on his face. Maybe the force behind you will definitely kill me one day in the future, but I know that if I don't get rid of you as soon as possible, I will die even faster. Whoosh! Su Yu's figure was like lightning, and his Thunderstar Finger was aimed at the plated bamboo hat man's chest. But at that moment, his legs bounced off the ground, and he was sent flying into the cave. Oh no! Su Yu's heart sank. He could not move freely in the cave. If he were to escape, and news spread that Su Yu possessed a legendary level cultivation technique, it would be a disaster. Su Yu's expression was a little gloomy, and he was about to chase into the cave. But suddenly, a strange movement could be heard from within the cave. Su Yu retreated hurriedly. Just as he was about to leave, a handful of black hair brushed past Su Yu's neck and left a shallow bloodstain on his neck. It was that woman's head. She had actually appeared again. She, who only had half a head left, was glaring at Su Yu with hatred. But her attention was quickly attracted by the plated bamboo hat man who had barged into the cave. A ferocious expression filled her eyes. Creak! The 10-meter-long black hair instantly wrapped around the plated bamboo hat man. In such a cramped environment, coupled with his injuries, the plated bamboo hat man did not even have the chance to retaliate, and was wrapped up like a dumpling. Following that, the woman's head opened her mouth, and enjoyed the long-awaited delicacy. Ah! As the plated bamboo hat man writhed violently, his body was being eaten bit by bit. In the end, not even his bones were left. The woman's head was satisfied, and she slowly hid in a corner of the cave. Before she left, She burped and spat out a hard, indigestible black token. Su Yu's eyes flashed, and he grabbed the token with his palm. It was a black token with a ghost's face carved on it and Great Brahma. Follower Li Lin. Great Brahma? Who was it? What did follower mean? Su Yu was confused. It was an unfamiliar word, an unfamiliar name, and an unfamiliar origin. Were there any shocking secrets hidden in the Jinlong continent? The 9 Saint Masters, Great Brahma. Follower, Su Yu was deep in thought, but he could not make sense of it. Shaking his head, he kept the token. Su Yu leaped to the front of the black ice mountain, and he stared at the frozen martial artist without blinking. The black jade box in his hand was shocking. But what caused Su Yu's expression to change was that the eyes of the frozen martial artist had opened. Before this, he was in a state of confinement, but now his eyes were open. A pair of lifeless black eyes stared at Su Yu without blinking. Although his line of sight was wide, Su Yu's instincts told him that the other party was staring at him. The strong martial artist who had died 10,000 years ago had been resurrected. Pooh! Su Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled, and his flesh was on the verge of collapsing. Blood flowed continuously from his 5 senses, all because he had been stared at by the pair of eyes. Was it just the eyes? The eyes of a strong martial artist who had died 10,000 years ago. Feeling the approach of death, Su Yu discovered that his body could not move under the gaze of this pair of eyes. The feeling of being small in front of the sea, in front of the world, and in front of time and space caused his whole body to go numb. I'm going to die. I'm going to die under a pair of eyes for no reason. Buzz, buzz, but at this moment. Chapter 289. Yun Yazi appeared, blocking Su Yu's vision. Su Yu's body relaxed, having escaped death's door. Master, did he really come back to life? Su Yu asked in surprise, not caring about his internal injuries. Yun Yazi shook his head. No matter how strong a martial artist is, he cannot transcend heaven and earth. How can he go against yin and yang, transcend reincarnation, and come back to life? Then now Su Yu could not understand. A person who had been dead for 10,000 years had suddenly opened his eyes. If that was not resurrection, what was it? What you are seeing now is only a remnant of his will. His soul has long been destroyed. Yun Yazi's gaze was complicated. Your fight awakened the slumbering will, causing him to change. Just as Yun Yazi was explaining, the corpse in the ice mountain slowly withdrew his gaze, looking up at the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly the ice mountain shook, then shattered into pieces. The old man's corpse, hugging the jade box, shot up into the sky and disappeared the moment the ice mountain shattered. Master, he ran away! Su Yu was shocked. Yun Yazi looked in the direction where the corpse had disappeared, sighing. He did not run away, but completed his unfinished wish in life. His undying will drove his 10,000-year-old body to complete what he had not done when he was alive. What was he trying to do? Why did Yun Yazi not stop him? Looking around at the empty surroundings, Su Yu could not help but feel disappointed. He had gained nothing from this expedition. The black jade box in the old man's arms was clearly a heaven-defying treasure. Unfortunately, he had no fate with it. Suddenly, just as Su Yu was feeling disappointed, he saw a small black mirror fall from the spot where the old man had been sealed in ice. Why is there a black mirror? Su Yu walked over curiously, squatting down to observe. Unexpectedly, Yun Yazi's face was filled with confusion and doubt. What mirror are you talking about? Su Yu was stunned. He picked up the mirror and waved it in front of Yun Yazi. But in Yun Yazi's eyes, Su Yu's right hand was empty, grabbing a mass of air. Yun Yazi's eyes flashed. His soul energy enveloped Su Yu, and a mirror appeared in his palm out of thin air. It was the size of a palm, exquisite and extraordinary. Could this be? At this moment, a jade bottle suddenly fell out of the black mirror. Inside the bottle was a half-melted green pill. The lid was slightly opened, and a shocking, intoxicating aura was emitted from the bottle. After taking a small breath, Suyu felt dizzy and drowsy. Close it, if you don't want to sleep forever. Yun Yazi waved his sleeves lightly, and a cool breeze swept up, dispersing the pill's fragrance. Suyu immediately put the lid back on the bottle. His face was filled with bewilderment. What kind of elixir is this? I almost fainted just from inhaling it. Yun Yazi chuckled softly. You should be thankful that the majority of this pill has melted, leaving less than 1/100th of its medicinal power. Otherwise, with your strength, a single sniff of the complete pill would cause you to fall into an eternal slumber. 1% was already so terrifying. Suyu was shocked. This is a pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years, the intoxicating dream pill. After swallowing it, one will fall asleep. It was originally used to tame demonic beasts. I didn't think that you would be able to obtain a remnant of it. In the future, if you meet a demonic beast that you like, you might be able to use it. Intoxicating dream pill? Suyu memorized the name. Immediately after, Suyu turned his attention to the small black mirror, his face filled with suspicion. Just now, the pill bottle had fallen out of the mirror. Could there be a mechanism? But after observing it for a long time, he could not find anything special about the black mirror that could hide such a large jade bottle. Haha, little brat, your luck is not bad. This treasure is not commonly seen in the Jinlong continent. Yun Yazi laughed mockingly. Treasure? Suyu was a little surprised. No matter how he looked at it, he did not think that the black mirror was extraordinary. If it had not appeared in the ice mountain where the old man had lived 10,000 years ago, Suyu might not even have taken a look at it. Shoot your soul energy into the mirror and take a look, Yun Yazi said mysteriously. Suyu was confused, but he still did as he was told. To be cautious, Suyu gathered a small amount of soul energy and shot it into the mirror. Something that shocked Suyu happened. Logically speaking, the soul energy should pass through the mirror and shoot somewhere else. But when the soul energy shot into the black mirror, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. Moreover, in his mind and consciousness, a pitch-black space appeared. It was about 10 cubic meters in size and could fit a few tables. What was going on? Why was there such a scene in the black mirror? At this moment, Suyu realized that there was a white jade bottle in the black mirror. The elixir in the bottle had already turned into powder, remaining at the bottom of the jade bottle. At this moment, Yun Yazi's voice appeared in his mind. This is the cosmos mirror that the strong martial artist from 10,000 years ago carried with him. It fell down, and you got lucky. Cosmos mirror? What was that? The so-called cosmos mirror is a middle-grade divine artifact. Even 100 of the low-grade divine artifact, divine ice rings in your hands cannot compare to one. There is a space within the cosmos mirror that can conveniently store large items. Even immortal realm martial artists do not have the right to own a cosmos bag. For example, the Alliance Masters and Palace Masters that you know do not have the right to own one. In the entire continent, there are probably no more than 10 people who own one. After hearing this, Suyu's heart thumped. The rumored cosmos mirror? But what is strange is that this mirror actually recognized you as its owner so easily. Yun Yazi clicked his tongue in wonder. Just now, only you're naked I could see it. Even I was blinded by it and could only see its existence using my soul energy. This means that it has already recognized you as its owner. Strange. When did you get its recognition? Suyu was also at a loss about this. What he did not know was that when he passed through the metal door, his image was left in a black mirror embedded in the door. Suyu could not contain his excitement. Master, how do I use it? Very simple. Use your soul energy to probe it. All you need to do is think about it. Whether you take out an item or release it, it all depends on a single thought. Filled with anticipation, Suyu placed the green jade bottle back into box. At the same time, he took out the white jade bottle. It was magical to be able to store an item with a single thought. Master, what elixir is in this white bottle? Suyu asked. Yunyazi glanced at it and said without hesitation, It is the ultimate elixir. It can raise one's cultivation level. How are the effects? Suyu asked curiously. It is probably on par with the Spirit Fate elixir that you consumed. After all, it is an elixir that was lost 10,000 years ago. It is different. What? On par with the Spirit Fate elixir? The Spirit Fate elixir was a top-notch elixir made by plundering the best treasures of the continent. This so-called ultimate elixir could actually be on par with the Spirit Fate elixir. But it has already turned into powder. There is not much of the elixir left. However, Suyu turned a deaf ear to him and poured the powder into his mouth. This scene caused Yunyazi's lips to twitch violently. The powder entered Suyu's body. A remnant of energy erupted like a volcano, filling every corner of Suyu's body. A feeling of comfort that he had not felt in a long time welled up in his heart. At the same time, his cultivation level changed rapidly. He had just stepped into Dragon Realm level 7 lower tier. But an hour later, his cultivation level increased crazily. For hours later, Suyu opened his eyes. A layer of spirit energy was faintly discernible on the surface of his body, infinitely close to the level of initial release. A surging feeling rolled in his chest. Dragon Realm level 7 peak? Suyu was in disbelief. He had skipped the upper tier and directly reached Dragon Realm level 7 peak. The ultimate elixir was indeed an elixir comparable to the Spirit Fate elixir. Even the remnant of the powder had such a shocking effect. While he was training, Yunyazi had unknowingly returned. As for Zhongjian, Shuiyao, and Qingfeng, they had regained consciousness from their heavy injuries. The three of them were pale, their energy weak. They were trying their best to regulate their breathing and recover from their injuries. Seeing Suyu wake up from his meditation and break through to Dragon Realm level 7 peak, the three of them could not help but be surprised and jealous. Zhang Jian's expression turned grave. Inyu, what happened just now? Where is the plated bamboo, Hat Man? His questioning tone was overflowing with his words. Suyu stood up absent-mindedly, brushing off the dust on his chest, calmly saying, A mysterious strong martial artist appeared and chased him away. Mysterious strong martial artist? Zhang Jian was skeptical, but when he looked around and saw that there was no sign of the plated bamboo hat man, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had just narrowly escaped death's door. Then let me ask you, what happened to your cultivation level? What treasures did you obtain during the time we were not around? Zhang Jian's eyes were filled with coldness. Suyu looked askance at him, calmly saying, Don't you think that you should seize the time to heal your injuries? You still have the time to care about treasures? Unexpectedly, the more vague Suyu was, the more nervous Zhang Jian became. I am asking you a question. What treasures did you obtain? Where did the frozen corpse go? Did you obtain the treasures on his body? Zhang Jian wiped off the dried blood at the corners of his mouth, walking forward, his eyes cold as he questioned. Looking at his stance, if Suyu did not explain himself, he would not let the matter rest. Suyu calmly said, The corpse has already flown away, and the jade box has also been taken away. Zhang Jian scolded furiously, Insolent. The corpse flew away. Why don't you say that it came back to life? Humph. Inyu, you wish to keep the treasures for yourself? Zhang Jian's eyes were even colder. Suyu turned his head, calmly looking at him. Putting aside the fact that I did not obtain the jade box, even if I did, why should I share it with you? From the beginning to the end, you did not do anything. You even ordered me to explore, nearly dying at the hands of the evil corpse. In the end, I have to share the treasures with you? Putting aside the fact that I did not obtain it, even if I did, do you have the right to share it with me? Along the way, Suyu had put up with it. Now that the relic had been discovered, There was no need for him to put up with it. Such harsh words caused Zhang Jian to freeze. Previously, when he had made things difficult for Su Yu had been like a grandson, defying the natural order. Now that Su Yu had spoken so forcefully, he was caught off guard. Very quickly he regained his senses, his expression turning sinister. "Yin Yu, could it be that you think I am insolent because I am severely injured?" Su Yu secretly shook his head. He could not be bothered with him, walking straight toward the cave, preparing to leave. But just as he turned, a gust of wind came from behind him. Zhang Jian's facial features creased, his expression ferocious. "You reckless fool! Even if I am severely injured, I am not someone you can provoke." Su Yu creased his brows, his figure flashing as he dodged. Rumble, bang. Chapter 290. What exactly do you want? Su Yu's patience had run out, and he asked coldly. Zhang Jian sneered and turned his head. "Of course, we have to hand over the treasures." Su Yu said coldly, "How many times do you want me to repeat myself?" The corpse took the jade box away. However, these words obviously did not satisfy Zhang Jian. "Humph! Are you going to take him away just because you say so? Since you are unwilling to hand it over, I have no choice but to look for it myself." Zhang Jian's eyes flashed. His figure charged forward like lightning, grabbing toward Su Yu with his palm. "I'll search your body myself to find out whether you're lying or not." Body search? Su Yu's face darkened. "Do you really think that I am afraid of you?" It was one thing for him to rudely interfere with the grudges between him, Shuai and Fengqing. It was another thing for him to come here and excavate the ruins on his own. It was one thing to order Su Yu to be the vanguard and become a stepping stone. Now, they actually wanted to search him by force. He really thought that Su Yu was a dog that would listen to his every word. "Humph! I've said it before. Even if I'm heavily injured, I'm not someone that trash like you can fight against." Zhang Jian's claw struck out, and in an instant he was within 1 zhang of him. Right at that moment, Su Yu finally took action. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he attacked. Divine will. Tribulation of ice and thunder. Su Yu shouted in a low voice, and a mass of dark clouds condensed in the sky. A bone-chilling, purple lightning dragon descended from the sky and suppressed Zhang Jian with a rumble. Zhang Jian sneered disdainfully. "Insignificant tricks. You might be able to deal with the blood demons, but you are far from being able to deal with me." Song of the Sword Burial. Break. Zhang Jian's fingers were like a sword as he raised his finger and fiercely pointed towards the sky. Crack! The purple lightning dragon was destroyed. However, Zhang Jian himself also grunted. It was obvious that he was injured. "Humph! I've said it before. Insignificant tricks can't do anything to me." Zhang Jian endured his injuries. At this moment, he was heavily injured. He believed that if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid of this attack. "Is that so?" Su Yu replied calmly. "Space distortion?" A spatial vortex suddenly appeared around Zhang Jian's right leg. Layers of rotating spatial energy suddenly appeared and sucked Zhang Jian's right leg into it. The rotation of the power of space brought with it a twisting force, forcibly breaking his right leg. Crack! Ah! Zhang Jian's ferocious expression suddenly stiffened. Then it turned pale, and finally it condensed into an expression of pain. He let out a blood-curdling screech, like a pig being slaughtered. Looking back, the bones in his right leg had been fractured explosively, and bone spurs had pierced through his flesh. The scene was a bloody mess of flesh and blood. Zhang Jian was in so much pain that his facial features were contorted. He panted heavily, and his forehead was covered in sweat the size of beans. His expression was extremely pale. Shuai Yao and Fengqing, who were at the side, felt their scalps go numb. What a strange space god art! If the spatial vortex had lasted a little longer, his right leg wouldn't have been as simple as a fracture. it would have been completely broken. Furthermore, if Su Yu had the intention to kill, what he had twisted was Zhang Jian's head. Then now, when the two of them recalled the scene of them opposing Su Yu, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, they were all 10 great deputy palace masters. So Su Yu did not kill them all. Otherwise, the two of them would have already become corpses. Su Yu shook his head slightly. Your abilities don't seem to be that great. I don't understand why you keep shouting in front of me. Where do you get your confidence from? These words caused Zhang Jian to be unable to refute at all. His face was burning hot, but in his heart he could not accept it. He believed that if he was not heavily injured and had his guard up, he would have been able to avoid that attack. Looks like you need to be like Shui Yao and Feng Qing, staying at the Inu Manor to receive education. When you change your bad habit of being arrogant, that is when you can return to your Zongjin area. Zhang Jian's expression turned serious. What? How can I do that? What's wrong with that? You barged into my territory and pointed fingers at me. Do you think that I should just let this matter rest? Zhang Jian was furious and ashamed. Inu, don't go overboard. My illustrious reputation might be destroyed in an instant. Unexpectedly, Su Yu snorted. What does your brilliance have to do with me? Zhang Jian bit his teeth. We are all 10 great deputy palace masters, and we see each other all the time. Aren't you afraid of harming the harmony between us by doing this? Su Yu laughed. Harmony? When you decided to search for the historical remains in my territory, did you think about the harmony between us? When you said that you were giving me charity and ordered me to cooperate with you, did you think about the harmony between us? When you asked me to be a pathfinder to detect the dangers in the underground cave, did you think about the harmony between us? When you refused to listen to my explanation and wanted to forcefully search my body, did you think about the harmony between us? Now, you finally remember that there is still harmony between us. The continuous questioning caused Zhang Jian to clench his teeth, but he did not retort. After a long time, he said, You had better reconsider. Once my injuries recover and I regain my abilities, you alone will not be able to hold me back. Su Yu calmly said, Whether or not I can hold you back is none of your concern. Now shut up and follow me. Zhang Jian secretly clenched his fists, his eyes glaring at Su Yu's back. He clenched his teeth in hatred. The day I recover my abilities is the day you get your retribution. Just like that, the 4 of them left the historical remains. Before leaving, Su Yu punched the cave to prevent the evil corpses from coming out and harming the innocent. Leaving the ghost town, the Fengqing guards were guarding a carriage. The 3 of them were heavily injured, and it was inconvenient for them to fly, so they could only ride the carriage. Zhang Jian did not stand on ceremony. He took the lead and boarded the carriage, not caring about Su Yu and the other 2 people. Who allowed you to go first? Your arrogant nature has not changed in the slightest. Su Yu stood on the spot with his hands clasped behind his back and shouted coldly. Zhang Jian, who had already boarded the carriage, froze. The muscles on his cheeks twitched, showing the anger in his heart. After being at a stalemate for some time, Zhang Jian lowered his head and got off the carriage with a gloomy expression. He opened up a path and waited at the side, allowing Su Yu to go first. If you want to go first, go ahead. However, what made Zhang Jian furious was that Su Yu still stood at his original position with his hands clasped behind his back. He had no intention of moving at all. I'm sorry, I do not intend to sit in the carriage. You've gone too far. Zhang Jian was about to explode from anger. Su Yu was clearly humiliating him on purpose. Since they weren't willing to sit in the carriage, why did they force him to get off the carriage when he was already in it? Filled with grief and indignation, Zhang Jian wanted to climb into the carriage again. However, Su Yu's cold rebuke came from behind him. Are you deaf? Who allowed you to get in the car? Zhang Jian could not take it anymore. He turned his head and said angrily, "Enough! Everything has a limit. If you aren't willing to sit in the carriage, why can't we who are injured sit in it?" Su Yu stood at his original position and said profoundly, "I am not allowing you to get into the carriage because I am saving your life. Am I right? Who is hiding under the carriage?" Su Yu's tone changed abruptly, saying with a smile that was yet not a smile, "What? There was someone under the carriage?" Zhang Jian shuddered, immediately rolling away. Just as he was about to leave, a cold sword light flashed past the spot where he was standing. If he had hesitated for a moment longer, his legs would have been chopped off in mid-air. What a fast sword! What a powerful concealment technique! Shui Yao and Feng Qing's pupils dilated. They actually did not notice the existence of this person. Whoosh! A black shadow rolled out from under the carriage. He was wearing black clothes, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. He stared at Su Yu coldly. "Pretty good senses." Zhang Jian was about to shout angrily, but his gaze swept past the cultivation base of the other party, and he gasped at once. "Immortal Realm Level 2 Upper Tier!" Even at his peak, Zhang Jian knew that he would not last more than 5 moves against a strong martial artist of that level. Furthermore, he was heavily injured and had lost 90% of his battle abilities. Shui Yao and Feng Qing also had serious expressions. In front of such a strong martial artist, the possibility of the 4 of them being completely wiped out was extremely high. Su Yu calmly said, "After hiding for so long, you finally could not resist showing yourself. You have been waiting here since we arrived, right? Let me guess your motive. Could it be that you want us to help you explore and obtain protection? Then you will rob us and obtain the treasures of the relic without any effort?" This person was the figure that Su Yu had observed with his crystalline pupils before he arrived, the figure that disappeared in a flash. The black-clothed man laughed coldly. "So, you had already noticed my existence. This is a miscalculation on my part. But with the abilities of your defeated soldiers, so what if you have noticed me? You will only die a little slower." Su Yu's expression was calm, not the slightest bit anxious. "It is still uncertain who will die." Su Yu calmly laughed. The black-clothed man pointed at Zhang Jian and sneered. "Just based on this heavily injured cripple? They can't even take care of themselves. How can they save you? Won't you know if you try?" Su Yu had a faint smile, seeing that a great battle was about to erupt. Zhang Jian's throat turned dry, his face pale. Of all the times he had to face a fatal attack when he was heavily injured. Clenching his teeth, Zhang Jian said seriously, "Brother, if you are here for wealth, I think this matter has nothing to do with the 3 of us. We did not obtain any treasures in the relic. If not, we would not be so heavily injured." The black-clothed man laughed evilly. "So?" Zhang Jian carefully looked at Su Yu, saying in a low voice, "So, if you want to find trouble, look for him. If there are treasures, they must be with him. Also," Zhang Jian said, "my injuries were caused by him. He is proficient in space techniques and is unpredictable. So, you had better deal with him with all your might. If you dare to be distracted, I think you will regret it for life." Not only did he shift the blame to Su Yu, he had even exposed Su Yu's abilities to the enemy. His motive was to create an opportunity for himself to escape. Even Shui Yao and Feng Qing felt that Zhang Jian's actions were inappropriate. No matter what, Su Yu was a deputy palace master and belonged to their side. By exposing Su Yu's abilities like that, wouldn't they be putting Su Yu to death? Once the palace master found out, they would not have a good time. Su Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intents. This Zhang Jian, he was usually arrogant, but at a critical moment, he did not hesitate to sacrifice others to obtain hope for himself. How could such a person be worthy of being a deputy palace master? For your own safety, I advise you to focus on dealing with him. Zhang Jian let out a cold smile, slowly retreating. But the black-clothed man's eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. "Thank you for your reminder. I will focus on dealing with him. But all of you, I have also arranged for people to focus on dealing with all of you. All of you come out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the silent city, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from various secret places. One by one, black-clothed figures flew over. Their abilities were at least of a mortal level 1. A total of 9 people arrived abruptly and surrounded Suyu and the rest of the people. Suyu's pupils dilated. Chapter 291. Zhang Jian's expression froze, and his throat turned dry. He tried to shift the blame to someone else, but he didn't expect that the other party actually had a hidden expert. Zhang Jian violently swallowed a mouthful of saliva and shouted coldly, "Insolent thief! The 4 of us are the vice palace masters of the empire. Have you considered the consequences of killing us?" In order to save his life, Zhang Jian had no choice but to reveal his identity. Unexpectedly, the black-clothed man said in an unfathomable manner, "The one I am going to kill is your dynasty's deputy palace master." Suyu slightly narrowed his eyes. It was hard to believe that they dared to kill a vice palace master in the Empire of Darkness. They were just ordinary robbers. Knowing that his death was near, Zhang Jian's eyes were filled with hatred. You deserve to die. If you didn't injure me, I would still be able to fight. Why did it have to be like this? You harmed me, harmed Shuiyao and Fengqing. You are the sinner of the Empire of Darkness. Hearing this, Su Yu's disgust deepened. The power to fight? Just now, who was it that shifted the blame and didn't hesitate to expose their companion's identity in order to fight for an opportunity to escape? I really don't think that you will fight to the death for Blood Demon and Fengqing. Su Yu did not hide his disdain. Moreover, the person who wants to kill you is an enemy. But you don't hate the enemy but hate me? It's the biggest joke in the world. When you're in danger, your first thought isn't to rise up and kill the enemy. It's not to fight to the death. It's not to unite against a common enemy. Instead, it's to resent your companions. You are a coward. Zhang Jian's face flushed red from being rebutted. He argued and shouted, I'm just stating the facts. If I wasn't injured. However, Suyu interrupted him coldly. You are indeed stating the truth that you are a coward. Whether you are injured or not, you are a coward. The people of the Empire of Darkness do not need a coward to save us. I, Inu, alone am enough. His sonorous words were loud and clear, causing Zhang Jian to be unable to argue back. He could only hate Suyu even more in his heart. If he was not injured, what was Suyu? The corners of the black-clothed man's mouth curled into a mocking smile. You're facing a great enemy, yet you're starting to have internal strife? The deputy palace master of the Empire of Darkness doesn't live up to his name. Faint mockery overflowed from his words. Suyu stood there calmly and leisurely. Do you have anything else to say? For example, who are you? Where did you come from? And who ordered you to do this? Although his expression was calm, he had an awe-inspiring aura that was as immovable as a mountain. The black-clothed man's eyes flickered with ridicule. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. I really have no idea how such an arrogant person managed to become a vice hall master. Suyu clasped his hands behind his back and slowly put them down. Instead of replying, he said, It seems like you have nothing else to say. Since that is the case, I will send you on your way. Chila, dark clouds rolled in the sky and lightning arcs splashed everywhere. Divine will, tribulation of ice and thunder. Suyu bellowed, and a purple thunder dragon descended from the sky. The man in black was slightly surprised. Divine decree? Or a divine grade? Divine decree. You're only 16 years old. What a surprise! He could actually recognize the divine decree. The divine decree required an extremely strong comprehension ability and many years of comprehension to succeed. Most martial artists' divine intents would remain stagnant at the sacred grade level. Only a small number of them could comprehend demigod grade or even divine grade. However, All of them were legendary figures who had cultivated for 100 years. How old was Suyu? He was only 16 years old. How could he know that Suyu had spent at least 100 years comprehending the divine decree under the condition that time was sped up 200 times? However, the man in black shook his head. It's a pity that the divine decree is useless and has limited power. That was indeed the case. In the beginning, it could still be of some help. However, when a martial artist cultivated to the later stages, the power of the divine decree could not keep up with the speed of cultivation. As such, not many martial artists would focus on the divine decree. This was something that the martial artists of the Jinlong continent could not comprehend. The amount of time used to comprehend the divine decree was not proportional to the power gained. The amount of time used to comprehend the divine decree was more than 10 times more than the amount of time used to comprehend a technique. This was also why very few people focused on the path of the divine decree. Raising his hand, the man in black slammed his palm toward the sky. A bolt of penetrating spirit energy transformed into a long spear, shooting toward the sky and piercing through the purple dragon. Creak! Under the powerful spirit energy, the purple dragon disappeared on the spot. Casually dispelling the divine decree attack, the man in black stood proudly and commented with disappointment. Your comprehension ability is strong, but it's a pity that you're using it in the wrong direction. I already have an understanding of your abilities. You're only SOO. Use your space divine ability. I really want to see what you can do to me in a situation where I'm on guard. The black-robed man was calm and composed. Suyu had a faint smile. You want to see my space ability? I've already used it. Didn't you notice? The man in black's expression turned rigid. He lifted his head abruptly and his pupils shrank. At this moment, he realized that there were no lightning arcs left in the sky. The purple dragon had indeed disappeared. However, it had not been destroyed by his finger. Instead, it had disappeared into thin air. Otherwise, there would have been weak lightning arcs left in the sky. Not good. Retreat quickly. His divine decree attack has not been unleashed. However, it was too late. Rumble. A ripple of space suddenly appeared around the 9 men in black, following which a lightning dragon shot out from the space. Crack! The 9 Immortal Realm Level 1 men in black were unable to react in time. The purple lightning dragon pierced through their bodies. Their bodies had all turned into ice. From their flesh to their organs, they were all frozen. Their lives were extinguished in an instant. With a single strike, he had killed 9 Immortal Realm Level 1 fighters. Combined with his space teleportation ability, it was mysterious and unpredictable, killing people without a trace. The sudden death of 9 fighters caused Zhang Jian and the rest of the men to gasp. Its power was not absolute, but combined with his space ability, it was amazing. A remnant of the purple thunder arc floated behind Suyu's back, making his half-smiling face look unfathomable. The eyes of the man in black were filled with fury. Even though he was on guard, 9 of his subordinates were still killed. You, as expected, I cannot let you live. The man in black was filled with killing intent. Even though he had lost 9 subordinates, with his abilities, Suyu and the other 2 were still no match for him. Dragon slaying technique. The man in black let out a furious roar, taking out a black long knife from his back. The blade was cold, giving off a threatening glow. He held the knife with both hands, holding it in front of his chest. However, it gave off a huge pressure. A powerful aura surrounded his body. In that instant, it was as if he had become a long knife. Zhang Jian's pupils dilated, losing his voice in shock. Stage 1 peak of an immortal level technique. Su Yu's expression was grave. This was the first time he had met an Immortal Realm fighter who had cultivated an immortal level technique to stage 1 peak. Even though this person's cultivation level was not as high as Hai Quanren's, his technique was shocking. Immortal level techniques were harder to cultivate at the later stages, and their power also increased. The difference between stage 1 peak and upper class was like the difference between heaven and earth. With an explosive power, his abilities were even stronger than an Immortal Realm level 2 peak, close to an Immortal Realm level 3. Under the dragon slaying technique, only death awaits. Destroy! The man in black slashed down with his long knife. A dragon-like shadow of a knife pierced through the air, slicing toward them. Zhang Jian and the other two, who were far away, felt like they were candles flickering in the wind, about to be turned into dust by the shadow of the knife. It was a terrifying sword move that surpassed all others. Su Yu's eyes were filled with seriousness. This knife posed a fatal threat to him. At this critical moment, Su Yu could no longer hold back. Buddhist Saints 8 characters. Lin. At that moment, a majestic power descended upon Su Yu's body. The destructive energy gathered in Su Yu's mouth. As he opened his mouth, the destructive sound wave shot into the sky. Clang! The shapeless sound wave clashed with the dragon-shaped shadow of the knife in the air. One of them was an immortal level technique of stage 1 peak. The other was a rudimentary level technique of a legendary level. Its power was extremely strong, and they were evenly matched. The man in black turned pale with shock. What technique is this? How is this possible? What caused him to be even more shocked was that the sound wave and the shadow of the knife were locked in a stalemate in the air. The two destructive energies rebounded at the same time. The shadow of the knife swept in the opposite direction, slicing toward the man in black. The sound wave charged toward Su Yu amidst the vibrations. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound reverberated for 10,000 miles, and the two destructive energies were sent flying. Pooh! Two figures were caught off guard, spitting out blood as they were sent flying, crashing into the stone wall. Su Yu crashed into the stone wall behind him cracking like a spider web. The intense impact had caused his energy channels to break, and his internal injuries were severe. The man in black was not much better off. His bones had been broken by his own shadow of the knife, and his body was limp on the ground. The two of them were actually in a situation where both of them were injured. Buddhist Saints 8 characters was, after all, only at the rudimentary level, and its power was limited. Zhang Jian, Shui Yao, and Feng Qing were shocked. This exchange had surpassed Immortal Realm level 2, and was close to Immortal Realm level 3. Zhang Jian's heart was thumping, and he looked at Su Yu in shock. He had thought that if he was at his peak, killing Su Yu would be as easy as killing a dog. But after witnessing this technique, he finally understood how well Su Yu had hidden his abilities. Even 10 of him might not be Su Yu's match, much less if he was at his peak. To think that he had thought of seeking revenge on Su Yu after his injuries had recovered. At this moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. If he had not known what was good for him, the outcome would have been the three of them were shocked for a moment, then heaved a sigh of relief. With both sides injured, the man in black had lost the ability to fight, and his threat was non-existent. In fact, the three of them could easily finish off the man in black, who was so severely injured that he could not move. The black-robed man looked anxious. He rolled his eyes and shouted, "You three, I'll give you a chance to live. Kill him, and I'll let bygones be bygones." In this situation, he had no other choice. Killing you? Shui Yao and Feng Qing looked at each other. A struggling expression appeared in their eyes. However, after a short while, they shook their heads slightly. Although there was hatred between them and Inu, it had not reached the point of killing each other. A few days ago, they had caused a great commotion at Su Yu's ceremony. In the end, Su Yu did not kill them. This was the best proof. Zhang Jian also scoffed. What a joke! You still want to sow discord before your death? His death was not to be regretted. Let's attack together and end him. Out of caution, the three of them attacked together. Even though they were both heavily injured, Their injuries were much lighter than the black-clothed man and Su Yu's. It was more than enough to kill him. Shui Yao and Feng Qing were the first to attack. Each of them sent a palm strike towards the black-clothed man's chest. Zhang Jian followed up with 2 palm strikes, completely killing him. However, just as Shui Yao and Feng Qing were about to kill each other, their backs suddenly suffered a palm strike. Puff! Ah! 2 palms each pierced through their abdomens, leaving behind a hideous bloody hole. The 2 of them turned their heads to look, in disbelief. Palace Master Zhang Jian! The person who attacked was Zhang Jian, who had a ferocious smile on his face. Both of his hands were dripping with the blood of the 2 people. His cold expression was filled with a dense, cold smile. Shui Yao regained his senses, clutching his wound, saying furiously, You're crazy. Chapter 292. Ha ha. Ha ha. Zhang Jian laughed heartily, his laughter wild and arrogant. My chance has finally come. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, other than me, all of you are heavily injured and on the verge of death. The treasure belongs to me alone. Zhang Jian laughed maniacally. He did not believe that the treasure in the relic had disappeared. The only explanation was that Su Yu had taken it. Su Yu was heavily injured. The best time to snatch the treasure. Feng Qing's expression was ugly. Zhang Jian, you want to kill us? He had launched a sneak attack on the 2 of them and snatched their treasures. If Palace Masterling were to hear of such a crime, Zhang Jian would definitely die. Since you know, why ask? Zhang Jian sneered. Seeing that we are both Vice Palace Masters, I will let you die easily. Zhang Jian's gaze flashed as he looked at the black-clothed man, laughing coldly. Consider yourself lucky. I will spare your worthless life. Scram immediately. This action caused Shui Yao to be furious. There was only one reason for letting the black-clothed man go. A scapegoat. The death of the 3 Vice Palace Masters would definitely alarm the Empire of Darkness. They needed an explanation for this. The best explanation now was for the mysterious black-clothed man to kill the 3 and escape with heavy injuries, while Zhang Jian fought back and survived. As for whether the black-clothed man would expose Zhang Jian in the future, if the black-clothed man killed the Vice Palace Masters of the Empire of Darkness, how would he dare expose Zhang Jian and risk being hunted by the entire Empire of Darkness? Even though it looked like a risky move, in reality, there were no repercussions. The black-clothed man froze, then realized. He looked at Su Yu with a mocking gaze. How pitiful. You have shocking abilities, but you died in the hands of a lowly person. What a pity. If not for you, someone like him would have died in the hands of my subordinates. What is laughable is that the one who dealt you the fatal blow was not me, but the companions you saved. I feel bad for you. Ha ha ha. So you had saved him twice. Once, when the black-clothed man hid under the carriage and almost killed Zhang Jian, who did not know what was going on. It was Su Yu who warned him, allowing him to avoid the attack. After which, 9 Immortal Realm fighters surrounded them, and it was Su Yu who resolved the crisis. Now, Su Yu had fought with the enemy, and both sides had suffered heavy injuries. However, what he got was not gratitude, but resentment. With a long laugh, the black-clothed man stood up shakily, looked at Su Yu with pity, laughed loudly, turned around and left. The situation took a turn for the worse, and the black-clothed man managed to escape. Su Yu's face was filled with murderous intent. Zhang, sword. Initially, I had the chance to kill you, but in consideration of Hall Masterling's kindness, I couldn't bear to kill the Vice Hall Master that he chose. Thus, I only injured your leg. I could have pushed the boat with the current and allowed the black-clothed man to give you a fatal blow under the carriage. Since we've settled our grudges, I'm reminding you to get off the carriage. I could have watched coldly from the sidelines and let the black-robed man's companions kill you. Considering that we are both Vice Hall Masters, I will save your life. I have been extremely benevolent to you. Why are you being so ungrateful? Shui Yao and Feng Qing's faces were filled with anger. Zhang Jian was not only ungrateful, he was utterly devoid of conscience. Haha, what a joke! Zhang Jian let out a cold laugh. I merely spoke harshly, and you broke my right leg, causing me to almost be surrounded and killed by the black-clothed man. Now, you still have the cheek to say that I am indebted to you? For a person like you, who talks big, I, Zhang Jian, am helping the Empire of Darkness by killing you. Who knows if you will harm your colleagues in the future? His words caused Shui Yao and Feng Qing, who were watching from the side, to laugh in anger. Zhang Jian, do you have any shame? Did you only speak harshly to Yinyu? If not for him hiding his abilities, he would have been forced to death by you in the historical remains. All the grudges between us. He only paid the price of injuring your leg. Just now, 9 Immortal Realm fighters attacked you. If not for Su Yu, you would have been dismembered. Would you still be alive now? Have you eaten all this kindness, you heartless and unscrupulous person? You said that Su Yu harmed colleagues and wanted to clean up the Empire of Darkness? Then let me ask you, now, who is the one who wants to kill us for the treasure? Is it Su Yu or is it you? There was a rift between the two of them and Su Yu, but at this very moment, out of anger, they felt injustice for Su Yu. Zhang Jian let out a cold laugh. Nonsense. I think that the two of you are being controlled by Yinyu. Your minds unclear. For the Empire of Darkness, I need to get rid of you 2 pests. They were clearly killing for the treasure, but they claimed to be getting rid of the Empire of Darkness. The despicableness of a person was breathtaking. All right, it is time to send you 3 pests of the Empire of Darkness on your way. Zhang Jian let out a cold grunt, throwing aside Shui Yao and Feng Qing, charging toward Su Yu first. Among the 3 of them, Su Yu was the real threat. To get rid of this threat, he had to kill Su Yu first. His body was heavily injured, his spirit energy chaotic, his body unable to move. He could only watch as Zhang Jian charged toward him. Rumble! Zhang Jian attacked, his face filled with murderous intent. With Su Yu dead, he would be able to avenge his humiliation, and he would also obtain the treasures of the historical remains. That palm was filled with the intent to kill. Whoosh! Su Yu bit his teeth, his eyes shooting out 2 bolts of black light. The soul attack headed straight for Zhang Jian's brain. However, he only let out a muffled groan and did not suffer any substantial injuries. With disdain on his face, Zhang Jian said disdainfully, "Insignificant tricks." Previously, when his leg was broken by Su Yu, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Now he took advantage of Su Yu's severe injuries to call him a petty trick. Shaking his head, Zhang Jian charged at Su Yu quickly. His palm was only 3 feet away from Su Yu. Seal of time. Su Yu bellowed. An invisible purple dragon froze Zhang Jian in place for a breath of time. After regaining his freedom, Zhang Jian laughed coldly and shook his head. It's just a trick to prolong your feeble existence. Die. This palm was only 2 feet away from Su Yu. The biting cold wind from the palm stung Su Yu's face. Time control. Su Yu growled in a low voice. With his blood boiling, his speed increased by 3 times. At the critical moment, he took a few steps back. However, death still descended. Finally, there was only 1 foot left. As for Su Yu, he used all his techniques. No one in this world could save him. Zhang Jian revealed a look of disappointment. Are you going to use all your moves? Hee, you're just SO. You can go on your way in peace. Boom! The last foot was quickly closed. However, Su Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you really think that you have one? Zhang Jian's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition, causing his heart to beat wildly. At this moment, Zhang Jian felt the world around him spin. He felt faint. His legs turned to jelly, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. His vision turned black. What? What is going on? Zhang Jian was shocked, but his eyes were blurry. He looked like he was drunk. What did you do? A jade bottle rolled out from Su Yu's sleeves. It contained a green elixir that was half melted. At this moment, the bottle cap opened silently. The elixir dispersed into the air. Holding his breath and concentrating, Su carefully closed the bottle cap and stuffed it into the cosmos mirror in his robes. Intoxicating dream elixir, an ancient elixir. It emitted a fragrance that could cause demonic beasts to fall into a deep sleep. Taking a breath of the complete elixir was enough to cause a martial artist of Su Yu's cultivation level to fall into a deep sleep until he died. Secretly releasing a shred of it was enough to cause Zhang Jian to fall into a deep sleep. He had not hoped to kill Zhang Jian when he used his full power. His true trump card was the intoxicating dream elixir. All his moves were to buy time for the intoxicating dream elixir's fragrance to take effect. No, I don't want to fall asleep. Zhang Jian was shocked, shaking his head to wake himself up. He knew all too well what it meant to fall asleep. It meant that he had lost everything. However, under the effects of the elixir, he could not resist it. His body turned to jelly, falling to the ground and fainting on the spot. Su Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He seized the time, closing his eyes to recuperate. Shui Yao and Feng Qing were overjoyed. They also seized the time to recuperate. 6 hours later, Zhang Jian slowly woke up. He had just woken up when he sat up. Without a word, he slammed his palms on the ground and shot up into the sky. Slap! However, at the moment he shot up, a palm descended from the sky, slapping him down. Raising his head to look, he saw Su Yu, Shui Yao, and Feng Qing standing in the sky. Their injuries were serious, but they were not much of a hindrance. They could use some of their abilities. With Su Yu in the lead, the three of them looked down from above, coldly staring at Zhang Jian. Their gazes were as if they were looking at a dead person. Are you awake? Why don't you sleep for a while more? Su Yu calmly said. His calm words contained an icy cold, murderous intent. This slumber would be one that he would never wake up from. Zhang Jian's expression was ghastly white. The situation was hopeless. Wait. Zhang Jian's gaze turned. You cannot kill me. Do you know that the death of a deputy palace master would alarm the headquarters of the empire, sending a special envoy to investigate? When that time comes, you will have to bear the consequences. Unexpectedly, Su Yu sneered. You killed the three of us, yet you are not worried about the so-called special envoy. Furthermore, do you think the three of us will kill you? Senior Zhang Jian does not need to worry about this matter. You can sleep peacefully. Rumble! Su Yu's fingertip glowed with purple lightning, tapping the space between Zhang Jian's eyebrows. He did not even have the chance to let out a pathetic cry before he was blasted into mincemeat, not even leaving a corpse. Retracting his hand, Su Yu looked toward the sky with his hands behind his back. His gaze was deep. If the headquarters sends a special envoy to investigate, how will the two of you reply? Shui Yao's body trembled. Looking at Su Yu's back, he felt his limbs turn cold. Su Yu wanted to silence them. Of course, we will send ourselves to the jaws of the demonic corpses. A light flashed in Shui Yao's mind. Feng Qing's body trembled slightly. Yes, we will send ourselves to the jaws of the demonic corpses. Unexpectedly, Su Yu's voice turned cold. That means we have discovered the relic. No, we do not know about the relic. We are here to investigate the beast tide and we're surrounded by mysterious fighters. In order to save us, Senior Zhang Jian died on the spot. Shui Yao hurriedly changed his words. Feng Qing also realized the problem. Yes, it was the mysterious fighters. We have never seen the relic before. They also understood that it was best not to let the headquarters know about the relic. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Su Yu's tone became gentler, nodding his head lightly. And it is good that you know how to reply. Both of you are also responsible for Zhang Jian's death." Shui Yao was filled with respect, feeling gratitude from the bottom of his heart. He sighed, "If not for you, my life would be over. For both you and me, I, Shui Yao, will forget what happened today." After being silent for some time, Shui Yao had an apologetic expression, lowering his head sincerely. "I was rude and unreasonable during the ceremony. If I have offended you in any way, I hope that Palace Master Yin you can forgive me." Feng Qing's face turned red, saying embarrassedly, "This matter started because of me. If Palace Master Yin you wants to punish me, I will accept it." Hearing the apologies of the two, Suyu turned his head and smiled. "Let's forget about the matter between us. We will help each other in the future. Now go back and recuperate. The real trouble is yet to come." Su Yu's eyes were filled with worry. Li Tianxiang's death was a hidden danger. According to Ling Xiaotian, Li Tianxiang had a close relationship with a lord in the headquarters of the empire. Chapter 293. The Empire of Darkness had 7 lords. Every one of them was a legendary figure. Any one of them had the ability to destroy a superpower. The North Continent's Empire of Darkness might not even be able to defend against a single lord. Worried, Su Yu began his journey back. A few days later, Su Yu returned to the Inu Manor. The manor was as calm as ever, but Su Yu could sense that the citizens of Inu City were looking at the manor with respect. In the battle of the ceremony, Su Yu had killed everyone. Shui Yao and Feng Qing, the 2 vice palace masters, had been suppressed by Su Yu. That incomparably powerful figure caused one's mind to sway and be unable to forget it forever. Su Yu walked to the backyard. Zi Yunxiang was sitting quietly in the pavilion, focused on reading documents. Her figure was beautiful, surrounded by hundreds of flowers. She was like a flower fairy, to be looked at from afar, but not to be defiled. "Yunxiang." Su Yu walked forward. "Ah." Zi Yunxiang was shocked, her body trembling. She only calmed down when she realized what had happened. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Zi Yunxiang chided, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. "It's good that you returned safely. Did Palace Master Zhang Jian make things difficult for you?" Feeling her concern, Su Yu smiled. "He won't come back." As intelligent as Zi Yunxiang was, she immediately understood. Her beautiful face was gradually covered in a solemn expression as she said in a serious voice, "I once heard from my father that the Deputy Palace Master is a target that the Empire focuses on nurturing. If any of them dies, the headquarters will investigate. Did you leave any traces behind?" Shaking his head slightly, Su Yu said, "Different situations call for different actions. I have no regrets in killing him. All right, let's not talk about this. I will not be around for 2 days. Is there something important that I need to deal with?" Zi Yunxiang nodded. "There is something that you need to deal with personally. The Black Water Pirates are causing trouble, their movements frequent. There are movements in all 18 cities. You need to take precautions." Black Water Pirates? Su Yu was deep in thought. They were active at the border between the Nameless area and the Shinkong area, wreaking havoc. Over the years, they had tried to encircle them, but they had returned empty-handed. Now that Su Yu was in charge of the Inu area, he naturally had to get rid of the threat and restore peace to the Inu area. And inform the 18 cities to strengthen the patrols. Once my injuries recover, we will attack the Black Water Pirates. Su Yu was not angry. Zi Yunxiang stared at Su Yu's handsome face. Her lips pursed, her heart filled with emotions. When they first met, Su Yu was a nobody from the wild lands of the seas. In just a few months, he had become one of the Empire's vice palace masters. The difference between then and now was shocking. Suddenly, Zi Yunxiang recalled her father's decision to betroth her to Su Yu. At that time, she did not understand her father's intentions. It was too hasty to betroth his only daughter to someone he had just met, even if that person was recommended by Senior Lin Yunhe. But now It seemed like his father's foresight was really sharp. Perhaps he had already realized that Su Yu was not an ordinary person. Su of Master of the Lord of Yu of the Lords. Thinking of this, Zi Yun Xiangshue's cheeks turned red, and she inwardly said, "Ridiculous, he already has a fiancée. This idea is really dirty." Zi Yu was to you. Zi of Zi Yin, Zi Yu was. Zi Yin of Yu, had you had Zi. Of the king of Empire Yu, as the cities of the Yu, the Su lands was the rich. The empire Yu was. Cities Yu Lord Yu. The resources of the 18 cities of the Yu dynasty were plentiful. If it had been in the past, Zi Yunxiang would not have been envious. But now, she had no cultivation resources to use. Su Yu nodded. Take 30% to cultivate. Give the other 10% to the housekeeper, Elder Fan, as a reward for those who have performed well in the manor. Hearing this, Zi Yunxiang covered her mouth in disbelief. The resources of the 18 cities of the Yu dynasty was an astronomical figure. 30% was enough for her to cultivate for a year. Su, Yu, how can I repay you? Zi Yunxiang bit her lips, her expression devoid of joy. It was too much of a burden. Su Yu had saved her father from certain death. He had taken her in and given her a place to live. He had even used resources to help her cultivate. If not for Su Yu, their lives would have ended in dust. During the birthday celebration, you stepped forward to save me and Euro. You blocked Lu Jun. I will remember your kindness. Now that you are in trouble, it is my turn to repay you. What is wrong with that? Zi Yunxiang lowered her head, her fists clenched. Her face was filled with shame as she spoke with difficulty. But I did not save you. Selflessly, it was. That day, Zi Yunxiang had stood up for him, but her reason was not pure. I know. You took a fancy to my talents and wanted to recruit me for your own use. Otherwise, why would you stand up for me and offend the Deputy Alliance Master when we met by chance? Su Yu chuckled. He had known everything. Zi Yunxiang let out a self-deprecating laugh. Then you should understand that I am not worthy of such a repayment. But what she did not expect was for Su Yu to have a nostalgic smile as he looked beyond the sky. My life has been filled with hardships. My fate has been rough, and I have experienced many life and death situations. It was them who helped me selflessly and gave me a chance to turn my life around. Without them, Ainu would only be a pile of bones by the side of the road. My lover, my dream, and my longing would have long become a mark of time. Su Yu's mind was filled with the Duke of Xinyu, Li Guang, and Euro. It was them who had turned Su Yu's life around. In this world, fame and fortune are just fleeting clouds. In my life, I only seek a clear conscience. Hence, you can use the resources as you wish. This is my repayment for your past kindness. There is no need to take it to heart. Zi Yunxiang was at a loss. She looked at Su Yu's disappointed expression, hearing his words of enlightenment from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, her heart could not help but beat faster. To Su Yu, kindness was as heavy as a mountain. For a kindness, he had not hesitated to take the 100 territories alliance meet alone, defeating all the heroes of the world. For a kindness, he had not hesitated to become the common enemy of the 100 territories, killing Lu Jun. In her entire life, she had never seen someone so stubborn for a kindness. Deep within her heart, it was as if something had touched her, causing her to lose herself for the first time in her life. But Su Yu's fiancé caused Zi Yunxiang to quickly calm down. A slight bitterness lingered in her heart. She was born at the wrong time. She had met the right person at the wrong time. Sighing, Zi Yunxiang looked at Su Yu with a complicated expression, then turned to leave. Su Yu was oblivious. He took a large portion of the resources and immediately went into seclusion. He silently recovered from his injuries while relying on the resources to achieve a breakthrough. 3 days later, His injuries had mostly recovered, but his cultivation level had stagnated, with almost no progress. Slowly opening his eyes, Suyu had a look of helplessness. The bottleneck between the Dragon Realm and Immortal Realm is indeed insignificant by relying on normal resources. Suyu's abilities had not changed even after using 30% of the resources. The energy provided by normal resources was far from enough to satisfy his need for a breakthrough to the Immortal Realm. Looks like I can only wait for the next spirit fate elixir to have any hope. Suyu was deep in thought. Giving up on his cultivation, Suyu closed his eyes again to study his cultivation technique. After the ceremony and the battle at the relic, Suyu had gained a lot. Firstly, he could finally confirm that his divine grade, divine decree, was not complete. Even though the power of the divine decree was strong and could cause a phenomenon, it was still lacking something unknown. Suyu did not know what that something was. Filled with doubt, Suyu took the initiative to ask, "Master, is there a need for me to persist on the path of the divine decree?" As the black-robed man had said, the divine decree was of little value to a later-stage martial artist. Suyu had started to comprehend the divine decree from the moment he stepped onto the martial path. It had only been 2 years since he had reached divine grade. A normal person might need half a year to reach Suyu's level. This confused Suyu. Was there still a need to continue cultivating the divine decree? He didn't know when he would be able to make a breakthrough again. After a long silence, Yunyazi asked, "Then, what do you think is the divine decree?" Suyu was stunned by this question. He had obtained the divine decree by accident. His subsequent cultivation had been based on comprehension, and he had never thought about what the divine decree was. After lowering his head and thinking for a long time, Suyu said, "It is a comprehension of nature. The deeper the comprehension, the more integrated one is with nature." Suyu's divine decree was like that. In the beginning, he could reveal a shred of the concept of nature. In the end, he could merge with the concept of nature. The improvement of the divine decree was the process of merging with nature. "You're right and you're wrong." Yunyazi gave an unfathomable answer. "At your level, it is correct, but at my level, it is too narrow." Narrow. Suyu did not understand. "Then, in your eyes, what is the divine decree?" Yunyazi calmly said, "In my eyes, the divine decree is the path to becoming a god." God. The path to becoming a god. Suyu was shocked. Was there really a god in this world? Yunyazi continued, "That's right, a god that reigns above all life, shattering the void, shedding the mundane to become a god. That is the pinnacle of the martial path. To become a god, there is only one path, the divine decree, to comprehend heaven and earth, to create a path to become a god. That is the divine decree." The divine decree was the path to becoming a god? This was an unheard of theory, and it toppled Suyu's worldview. Suyu was in disbelief. "But my divine decree has been cultivated to divine grade. Why can't I feel a god?" Unexpectedly, Yunyazi could not help but laugh. "Ha ha ha! It is merely a divine decree. Your divine decree is not even at the entry level. How can you talk about becoming God? Not even at the entry level." Suyu's mouth twitched. The divine grade, divine decree that he had spent so much effort to comprehend was not even at the entry level. "Even my master's divine decree has only touched the surface of the God position, let alone you." Yunyazi laughed and shook his head. "The divine decree is split into many levels. Your current divine grade, divine decree, is only the lowest level." Suyu was deep in thought. Had Yunyazi touched the level of a god when he was alive? God. How strong was Yunyazi when he was alive? Suyu gasped in surprise. "But master, since the divine decree is so important, why do the fighters of the Jinlong continent not value it?" Suyu voiced his doubts. Yunyazi mocked. "Ha ha! Do you think everyone is like you with an omniscient master? There are no more than 5 people in the Jinlong continent who understand the path to becoming a god. Hiss! Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Not more than 5 people. Chapter 294. Thus, most people did not think much of it. If you do not have the heart to become a god, there is no need to cultivate the divine decree. Your achievements will not be low, but you will stop before becoming a god. It is up to you to decide. Will you continue to comprehend the divine decree, or will you give up? Let me remind you, the path to comprehend the divine decree is extremely long. If you choose this path, be mentally prepared. Suyu's eyes glowed with excitement. How could Suyu give up on a god that even Yu Nyazi had not succeeded? I will persevere to the end. God, I also want to see what kind of existence a god at the pinnacle of the martial paths is. Receiving a positive response, Yu Nyazi smiled an expected answer. Continue to comprehend. With your speed of improvement, it is time for me to bring you to a whole new world. A whole new world? Suyu did not understand. Could he be referring to the Jinlong continent that he had yet to see? Filled with excitement, Suyu strengthened his confidence and continued to comprehend the divine decree. Of course, he had not given up on his cultivation techniques. 9 fingers of imaginary thunder had just broken through to stage 1 upper class, and he needed to consolidate it further. As for heaven's sun gazing at air, he was only a step away from stage 1 upper class. He had to break through in one go. Once he broke through to soul transformation realm upper class, Suyu's soul could leave his body for an hour, invisible and undetectable. Suyu was filled with anticipation for his soul to leave his body. Slowly closing his eyes, Suyu cultivated patiently, training in seclusion. The 18 cities of the Inu area were continuously being harassed by the Black Water Pirates. The situation was getting more and more intense, from robbing lone cultivators in the outskirts of the cities to brazenly robbing people in the cities. The 18 cities tightened their checks and defenses. They were furious and anxious, rushing to Inu City for help. Perhaps because of Suyu, Inu City was the only place in the Inu area that had not been invaded by the Blackwater Pirates. In the history of acting Palace Master Huang, the Blackwater Pirates had visited the most prosperous Inu city in the Inu area more than once. In a restaurant somewhere in the Inu area, a black-robed man sat cross-legged. His face was as sharp as a knife, his gaze cold. If Suyu had been present, he would have recognized that this person was the mysterious, strong martial artist who had fought with him at the entrance of the Cave of the Historical Remains. He had actually appeared in the Inu area. Whoosh! At this moment, a black-clothed figure sneaked in. Reporting to Second Head, the personnel have been arranged properly. We can start plundering the city at any time. The man in black was the second in command of the Blackwater Pirates. The Second Head's eyes flashed, and his eyes were filled with fear. Did that Palace Master Inu manage to find out any news? After he returned, he never showed his face again. He didn't show his face. Second Head's expression was calm. And bide your time. Unless you can confirm that he has left, don't make a move. The person who reported was puzzled. Second Head, is there really a need to be so afraid of this Inu? Even if he has the abilities of an immortal level 1 peak that could defeat Palace Master Shuiyao, we will still turn him into minced meat. However, the Second Head sneered, turn him into minced meat. Deep fear and some fear appeared on his face as he said gravely, if we really meet, the ones who will turn into minced meat will be you. Hide immediately. Whoever dares to move will be killed without mercy. Yes. 3 days later, Suyu slowly woke up, slowly opening his eyes. His eyes were pitch black, as deep as a bottomless abyss. Pooh! Suddenly the light in his eyes was extinguished, losing its luster. The blood in his body stopped flowing. His heart also stopped beating. This was the sign of his life force being severed. Suyu was dead. However, a transparent shadow floated out of Suyu's body, which the naked eye could not see clearly. If it was not Suyu, who could it be? It was completely transparent, without any aura. Yun Yazi praised. In just half a year, you have achieved the soul-changing realm upper class. You have exceeded my expectations. Now, your soul can leave your body for an hour. You can adapt to it nearby, but do not stray too far. Suyu had an excited expression, taking a step forward and leaving his body completely. Just as he left his body, Suyu felt a chill. It was as if he was immortal, standing naked in the wind and snow. Without the protection of his body, his weakest soul was exposed to the outside world. This was the feeling. Carefully leaving the stone house, Suyu realized to his shock that no physical object could stop him. Without opening the door, he could easily pass through the wall. It was as if at this moment he had really become a formless ghost. With a deep sense of novelty, Suyu wandered around the Inu Manor. Along the way, he met with many patrolling guards. However, he could not even detect his aura, much less his naked eyes. This caused Suyu to be filled with anticipation. His soul, leaving his body, was much more powerful than a normal concealment technique. Secretly spying on the enemy or entering secret rooms, it was extremely effective. An hour was about to pass. Suyu had adapted to it, and he headed back in satisfaction. In order to rush, he passed through the wall. Suddenly, Suyu passed through an unfamiliar room. The room was filled with a pink mist, water vapor lingering, and a faint fragrance filled the surroundings. A woman's room? Suyu felt guilty, but he did not look sideways, passing through the wall. However, this time he passed through the wall, he entered a bedroom. On a wide and soft light purple bed, a woman in loose clothing sat quietly. She had an elegant and tranquil appearance. Who else could it be other than Zi Yunxiang? She had a belt, but it had already been removed. The collar in front of her chest was also loosened. Under the cover of her loose clothing, a shocking snow-white ball of flesh was completely revealed to Suyu. It was shockingly perky, dazzling snow-white and pink like a cherry. This scene caused Suyu to feel extremely guilty. As for Zi Yunxiang, she did not notice that there was an unfamiliar man 10 feet away from her, watching her undress. If Suyu wanted to, he could see every private part of her body without her noticing. This kind of temptation was difficult to resist. Luckily, Suyu respected Zi Yunxiang. He suppressed the desire in his heart, forcefully leaving, returning to his body. Suyu could not calm his emotions for a long time as he recalled the erotic scene. For some unknown reason, Suyu realized that his desire for women was growing. When he first came to this world, he had a pure heart and few desires, never thinking about women. But he did not know when it started. Some temptation would evoke his desires, and he had to intentionally calm himself down to calm himself down. This had already happened to Zi Yunxiang twice. What happened to me? Suyu's eyes gradually narrowed. He finally felt that something was wrong. His body was subtly changing. Filled with doubt, Suyu shook his head. Could it be that his body was sick from not having touched women for a long time? Taking a deep breath, Suyu cultivated for a while more, then immediately came out. Unexpectedly, Zi Yunxiang was already waiting for him at the entrance of the secret chamber. Her wet long hair carried an alluring fragrance. She wore a light robe that wrapped around her beautiful body, outlining her exquisite curves. Suyu subconsciously fixed his gaze on her right breast. Just now, it was this lump of holy peaks that had entered his eyes without reservation. In his mind, he could not help but recall the scene at that time. His eyes stared at Zi Yunxiang's right breast, not moving away for a long time. He knew. Zi Yunxiang's face was slightly red, calling out softly, turning her body to avoid Suyu's gaze. Suyu's fiery gaze caused Zi Yunxiang's heart to thump nonstop. Her face was red, her heart filled with shock. What happened to him just now? Why was he looking at me? There. In her memory, Suyu was a righteous person without any evil thoughts. Ever since they had met, he had treated her with respect, never lacking in manners. But just now, Zi Yunxiang was very confused, but she had no time to fuss over it. She hurriedly said, "I have something important to report." Su Yu retracted his gaze apologetically, his heart filled with doubt. What happened to him? Secretly shaking his head, Su Yu's expression turned serious. "What is it?" It could be seen that Zi Yunxiang had been bathing, frantically looking for Su Yu. Something big must have happened. Chapter 295. It's the Black Water Pirates. Zi Yunxiang gave a surprising answer. Whoosh! 17 urgent letters were delivered to Su Yu. Su Yu creased his brows as he flipped through them one by one. Of the 18 cities under the jurisdiction of the Innu area, other than Innu City itself, the other 17 had been attacked by the Black Water Pirates. Kidnapping, murder, and arson had resulted in heavy casualties. The city guards had limited abilities and could only defend. The 17 cities were in danger of falling at any time. The crisis was unprecedented since the appearance of the nameless area. Thus, the 17 city masters were urgently requesting reinforcements. It was no wonder that Zi Yunxiang would disturb Su Yu's training. The territory was in chaos. The fire was burning their eyebrows. If he delayed any longer, what awaited Su Yu would be the massacre of the 17 cities. As the master of the area, Su Yu could not escape the blame. Before he arrived, a city had already been destroyed by the tide of beasts. Now that he was the master of the area, how could he sit back and do nothing? Of the 18 cities, only Innu City was filled with powerful fighters. Only by mobilizing powerful fighters could the 17 cities be saved. But Su Yu held onto the 17 letters, his eyes deep in thought. Why did you only inform me now? Zi Yunxiang had been in the mood to bathe. I had just received a request for help, Zi Yunxiang said softly. Beneath her long eyelashes, her eyes, as clear as the moon, dimmed a little. Su Yu's suspicion was like a needle stabbing into her chest, causing her slight pain. You mean? 17 letters arrived at the same time? Su Yu's thoughts deepened. Zi Yunxiang said yes. Elder Fan said that the envoys from the 17 cities had somehow arrived at Innu City at the same time. That was how he found out about the crisis in the 17 cities. The locations of the 17 cities were different, and they were attacked by the Black Water Pirates at different times. But, strangely, the envoys had arrived on the same day, revealing the crisis in the 17 cities. It went without saying that something was amiss. Palace Master, please give the order. Zi Yunxiang asked curtly, unknowingly using the word Palace Master. An indistinct distance formed between the two of them, but Su Yu was thinking about the crisis and did not notice. Yes, gather the fighters in the city and form 4 armies. Su Yu waved his hand, writing an order and stamping it with the seal of the Vice Palace Master. With this order, as a citizen of Silver Plume City and the Empire of Darkness, they had to accept it unconditionally. Anyone who disobeys will be punished according to the law. Yes, I will immediately respond to the special envoys of the 17 cities. Zi Yunxiang remained expressionless, but inwardly she sighed in relief. With this, perhaps the crisis of the 17 cities could be resolved. Wait. Su Yu called out softly. Gathering the army is not to rescue the 17 cities, but to seal off Innu City. Zi Yunxiang was shocked. The 17 cities are in a crisis. If we do not send our troops in time, the people of the Innu area will be in deep trouble. If we only protect Innu City, we will be despised by the people of the Innu area. At such a critical moment, Su Yu had refused to rescue them. Instead, he was guarding against Innu City, disregarding the safety of the 17 cities. Su Yu's eyes shone brightly. You have misunderstood. I sealed off Silver Plume City, not for defense. Don't you think that 17 letters asking for help came too suddenly? Why were 17 cities attacked, but only Silver Plume City remained unscathed? As intelligent as Zi Yunxiang was, She immediately understood. Her expression was filled with shock. Palace Master, you mean that the Black Water Pirates intentionally created the crisis in the 17 cities, with the goal of forcing Silver Plume City to attack? Only by evacuating the experts in the city would they be able to enter? They are luring the tiger away from the mountain. But what truly shocked Zi Yunxiang was Su Yu's other intention. You sealed off Silver Plume City because you suspect that the Black Water Pirates have already infiltrated Silver Plume City, waiting for an opportunity to strike? Su Yu's eyes were cold. Yes, they could have already entered the city in disguise, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Since that is the case, I will go with the flow and catch them like turtles in a jar. But Zi Yunxiang could not let it go. How can you be sure that they have entered the city? They should know that entering the city is extremely risky, right? Why would they take the risk to enter the city? Su Yu's deep eyes were filled with wisdom. A person's most dangerous moment is when they are numb to their sense of security. If even you think that the Black Water Pirates would not take the risk to enter the city, it is clear that most people would not believe that the Black Water Pirates would have the guts to enter the city. These words caused Zi Yunxiang to suddenly feel nervous. Indeed, she had overestimated the power of Silver Plume City and had been too careless. Pass down my orders. Immediately seal off the city. Do not let a single person escape. Su Yu ordered coldly, but this time he added another condition. Also, leave 2 gaps in the ceiling of the city. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. I wonder what your choice will be. Leave gaps? Zi Yunxiang was surprised, but she had no objections. She carried out the orders. With the token of the area master in her hands, the strong fighters in the city responded, gathering in all 4 corners of the city. Following Su Yu's orders, they mobilized the power of the entire city. It was time to catch a turtle in a jar. In the restaurant, the second head observed the crowd through the window, his eyes glowing with a strange light. Second head, things are not looking good. Palace Master Inu has issued an order to seal off Silver Plume City. Now all the roads are gradually being sealed. A black-robed man reported anxiously. The second head looked toward Silver Plume City, his eyes filled with fear. As expected of him, he has already detected our presence. Su Yu's wisdom and calmness had left a deep impression on him the last time they fought. But looking at it now, he realized that he had underestimated Su Yu. He had thought that even if Palace Master Inu had detected the conspiracy within the 17 urgent letters, he would not be able to detect it. But he did not expect Palace Master Inu to be so bold as to determine that they had already infiltrated the city. Now, they had caught a turtle in a jar. The Black Water Pirates, who had been waiting for an opportunity, were at a disadvantage. Facing the encirclement of all the strong fighters in the city, the Black Water Pirates that he led could only bury their hatred in Silver Plume City. The black-robed man was shocked. Second head, should we retreat immediately? We still have a chance before the roads are completely sealed. Crack! The second head shattered the wooden table in front of him with a palm. It was not difficult to see the disappointment in his expression. He sighed. Do I only have trash like you in my hands? You can't even see through a simple trap. With Palace Master Inu's wisdom, do you think that he would give you a chance to escape? If I am not mistaken, the roads that have not been completely sealed are his intentions. He is giving you hope so that you will walk right into his trap. There are definitely strong soldiers lying in ambush there. In fact, it might even be him. The black-robed man's heart trembled. He was indignant. Who exactly was Palace Master Inu? Wasn't the second in command being too fearful of him? Then, second head, what should we do? The second head stood at his original position, lowering his head in deep thought. We have 2 options. First, we await death and wait for the strong fighters in the city to search for us. That way, our brothers, who are scattered all over the city, will be dug out and killed on the spot. Second, we gather our brothers and fight our way out of Silver Plume City. But I think that the moment we take action, we will be detected immediately. We will give him the opportunity to kill us all. The black-robed man was anxious. If that was the case, they would die if they did not move. If they moved, they would also die. Both options were hopeless. The second head clenched his right fist, letting out crackling sounds. His eyes were filled with a desire to fight. What a great palace, Master Inu! What a great scheme! No matter what choice we make, we will die. He wants to toy with us to our deaths. The black-robed man was anxious. Second head, we will die either way. What should we do? They had taken the risk to enter the city, only to be seen through and end up like a turtle in a jar. It was unexpected. The second head shook his head, a cold smile on his face. Who told you that we have to follow his decision? Before we entered the city, I had already taken precautions and devised a plan. This is the third option. Immediately send a message to all our brothers. We will attack the Inu Manor together. The black-robed man was shocked. What? Attack the Inu Manor? Isn't the strongest person in the city, Palace Master Inu, guarding that place? Aren't we walking right into a trap if we go? Such a choice was too risky. Second head's lips curled into an unfathomable smile. The safest place is also the most dangerous place. Do it immediately. Up in the sky, Suyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, Zi Yunxiang stood calmly. Revolving his crystalline pupils, Suyu stood high up in the sky, observing every movement in the city. At this moment, all the paths had been sealed, including the 2 cracks that Suyu had purposely slowed down. They were finally sealed, but there were no major movements in the city. Suyu let out a deep smile. The person who came is not simple. At least, he is not an ordinary black water pirate. Zi Yunxiang, who understood Suyu's intentions, agreed. That's right. He is in the middle of a chess game, but he can see through the situation and see through the traps. It is easy to say, but difficult to do. This person is indeed not ordinary. Suyu nodded, then shook his head. Seeing through the traps only qualifies him. What is truly not simple is that he might not have chosen either of the 2 options I gave him. That is what makes him extraordinary. This person is very intelligent. Zi Yunxiang's eyes were filled with wisdom. Whether they move or not, they will die. This is an overt plot. They have no other choice. Could the black water pirate have seen through this? If that is the case, the person leading them is not simple. Suyu lowered his head, observing the movements in the city. Everything was within his control. If I am not wrong, he will definitely choose the third option. Zi Yunxiang asked curiously, under the killing blow, what other option does he have? Suyu's gaze flashed. In this world, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. Which option do you think they will take? A risky move. They had set their sights on the Inu Manor. How is that possible? Staking it all on one throw is no different from a moth flying into a flame. Zi Yunxiang could not understand. Suyu's eyes were filled with wisdom. This person dares to take the risk to enter the city. He must be an intelligent person. He will definitely use this risky move. I have already prepared a surprise for him. Looking at the confident and energetic Suyu, Zi Yunxiang was slightly dazed. That peerless posture of him, having everything under his control as he spoke, caused people to raise their eyebrows. But when she thought about Suyu's fiancé, an indescribable sadness filled her eyes. Traces of loneliness flashed past her beautiful face. Chapter 296. Outside the Inu Manor. Second head, the guards are so few. Could they have seen through our plan and purposely lured us in? A group of 2 people appeared in an alley outside the Inu Manor. The black-clothed man asked anxiously. Just the 2 of them sneaking into the Inu Manor was an extremely risky venture. How could they not be worried? The second head calmly said, "The area master's manor is usually located deep in the center of a region, in a situation where the citizens of the empire are everywhere. Who would dare to offend the area master's manor? The guards at the entrance are only a symbol. They have always been few and far between." This shows that Palace Master Inu is just as I imagined. He did not take any precautions. If there is a sudden increase in the number of guards, our plan will be exposed. Let's go in and act according to the plan. The black-clothed man was relieved. The second head and the black-clothed man quietly passed the guards and entered the Inu manor. Strangely, the black-clothed man separated from the second head and hid. As for the second head, he went straight to Zi Yunxiang's room, as though there was no one around. Standing in front of the room, the second head felt the presence of a person and let out a cold smile. "Palace Master Inu, what can you do to me even if you have an army of the entire city? No matter how strong an enemy is, there will always be a weakness. Your weakness is this woman." It was not a secret that Zi Yunxiang held a special position in the Inu manor. It was rumored that she was brought along with Palace Master Inu. It was very possible that she was Palace Master Inu's woman. Only by capturing her could Palace Master Inu refrain from taking action. Only then would he and his brothers be able to retreat safely. Otherwise, apart from him, no one would be able to leave Inu City alive. Before entering the city, he had already prepared for the worst and set up a plan to escape. Only by capturing Zi Yinxiang would he have a chance of survival. Looking at the current situation, Palace Master Inu's attention was focused on the outside world. He did not consider the possibility of the Black Water Pirates invading the Inu manor. "Palace Master Inu, you have been smart all your life, but this is all you amount to." The second head laughed coldly and pushed open the door to Zi Yunxiang's room. But the second head's expression froze. There was no one in the room. No, more accurately, it was not Zi Yunxiang. In the living room, a silver-haired youth sat peacefully, fiddling with a teacup in his hand. The sudden intruder did not surprise the silver-haired youth at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. He sipped his tea and said leisurely, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." The most dangerous place was also the safest place. The second head understood. But Su Yu understood even more. The second head's face suddenly stiffened, and he said in disbelief, "You guessed that I would come." As Su Yu chuckled, he put down his teacup and stood up straight with his hands clasped behind his back. "You can even think of my weakness, so how could I have overlooked it? How is it? Isn't this surprise big enough?" Su Yu chuckled. At this moment, the second head's expression was rather ugly. He had the misconception that he was being toyed with. It was as though everything was within Palace Master Yin Yu's control. He was clearly a 15 or 16-year-old youth. But why was he so shrewd and ruthless? Retreat. In an instant, the second leader sensed a great danger. This was a deadly trap. "Hee, do you think it's possible for you to escape?" Su Yu asked calmly. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of figures came out from a secret spot in the Inu Manor. The weakest of them was Dragon Realm Level 7, while the strongest was Immortal Realm Level 1. But their strength did not lie in their abilities. Instead, it lay in their crossbows. The tip of the crossbow was smeared with a layer of light green powder. This item was the intoxicating dream elixir. Even though there was not much of it, once it got close, even without hitting the second head, the fragrance of the elixir released by the green powder was enough to make the second head faint on the spot. In order to kill the hidden Blackwater pirates, Su Yu had sacrificed a lot. As though he had sensed the terror of the green powder, the eyelids of the second head twitched. At this moment, he had the misconception that he was falling from a cliff. The shadow of death was descending quickly. What a good palace, Master Inu! What a good trap! The second head bit his teeth and clenched his fists. However, he did not dare act recklessly. Now that he thought about it, his actions had all been predicted by the wise Palace Master Inu. Every step that he took was seen by Palace Master Inu. What a joke! He was pleased with himself, thinking that his schemes were superior to others, who knew that every step he took was calculated. Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back, calmly saying, "Your identity." The questioning from above caused the second head to be filled with anger. He could summon wind and rain in the black water pirates, but now he was being interrogated. But time waits for no man. Glancing at the rows of crossbows smeared with green powder, the second head said with difficulty, "Black water pirates, too long." In an instant, the surrounding people were in an uproar. What? Too long? The rumored second head of the black water pirates? The crowd was shocked. Everyone in the Inu area knew of Tu Long's name. The black water pirates had been wreaking havoc for many years. It was rumored that it was the second head, Tu Long, who had arranged the troops and devised strategies. Not only was he strong, he was also good at scheming. The number of strong fighters of the Inu area that had died in his hands was uncountable. For many years, no one had been able to do anything to him. At this moment, the crowd was in shock. Who would have thought that this elusive second head would actually fall into their encirclement? This time around, they had an unexpected reward. They had caught a big fish. Ecstasy appeared in everyone's eyes. Second head? Su Yu creased his brows. He had thought that it might be a black water pirate with a decent status. To think that it was the second in command of the black water pirates. The dignified second head had personally infiltrated Inu City. Was his motive really just to rob? Suppressing his doubts, Su Yu's expression was indifferent. "Then, do you have any last words before you die?" Under the crossbows, even the second head, who had a cultivation base of a mortal level 2 upper tier, would die on the spot. But what made Su Yu raise his brows was that the second head's gloomy expression had regained its calmness. He wore a mocking smile. "Do you really think that you have one?" Su Yu squinted his eyes. "What do you mean?" Clap, clap. The second head clapped his hands. Whoosh! A black figure flew over from afar. In his palm was a beautiful lady. It was not anyone else. It was Zi Yunxiang. Yunxiang. Su Yu was shocked. Zi Yunxiang's face was ghastly pale. Her shoulder was being held tightly by the black-robed man, and her acupoints seemed to have been sealed. She could not speak, and could only look at Su Yu anxiously. The second head's mocking expression became deeper, saying profoundly, "You are very smart. Hence, I would not be so foolish as to personally step into the trap." Su Yu's expression changed. "That means that you had already guessed that I would be waiting for you here." "Haha, just as you said, even I know where your weakness is." "How could you not know it?" "Hence, I guess that you would definitely hide Zi Yunxiang and set up an ambush here." Su Yu's pupils dilated. "You came here on purpose to attract attention, then let your companions secretly search for the captured Zi Yunxiang? This is a diversion." It turned out that the true trump card wasn't the second head, but that inconspicuous subordinate of his. The second head sneered. "Otherwise, do you think I would waste my breath here with you? I am merely stalling for time. Now Zi Yunxiang is in my hands. It is time for Palace Master Inu to make a choice. I will give you 2 choices. First, send us out of the city safely. Second, I'll take your woman down with me." Before this, Su Yu had sealed off Inu City. Second head only had 2 paths to take. But now the situation was reversed. It was Su Yu's turn to choose. He had gathered the power of the entire city, but the situation had been reversed. It had to be said that this was the greatest irony. Su Yu was deep in thought. The second head was confident of victory, laughing loudly with his hands behind his back. "Ha ha ha! This battle is interesting. Even though you are smart, it is a pity that you are no match for me. Now make your choice. You can only choose one of the 2. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The black-robed man grabbed Zi Yunxiang and flew to the second head side. The outcome had been decided, and there were no more variables. A battle of wits, full of ups and downs, was settled just like that. Su Yu had lost. However, what caused the second head to be stunned was that Su Yu did not panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth gradually turned cold. Haha, I will return the same words to you. Do you really think that you will definitely win? Attack! Not good. The second head's expression changed. Without hesitation, he turned and left. But at this moment, pooh! 2 daggers stained with green powder pierced his ribs from the side without any warning. The second head looked over in disbelief. It was Zi Yunxiang, her expression cold, her hand holding a cold dagger. What he could not believe was that the other dagger was pierced by his subordinate. Whoosh! That subordinate took off his mask, revealing an unfamiliar face. They separated quickly. Fresh blood sprayed out from the second head's waist. The green powder entered his blood, quickly taking effect. The second head's vision blurred, his vision blurring. Rumble! Suddenly a head was thrown to his feet. It was the true trump card that he had prepared, the head of the black-robed man's subordinate. You! The second head's expression was extremely ugly. Zi Yunxiang's expression was as cold as ice. Humph! The palace master is wise and powerful. His plans are flawless. Do you think you can fool him with your little tricks? He had already guessed that you would use a diversionary tactic. So, while hiding me, he placed a large number of soldiers by my side. Your subordinate is merely sending himself to his death. The second head's throat felt as if it was blocked by a mouthful of blood, unable to speak. His meticulously arranged plan had long since been foiled. At this moment, he truly felt that this young palace master was unfathomable. Everything was under his control. Deep panic welled up in his heart. He had really fallen into a desperate situation this time. Kill him. Su Yu pointed. The meticulously arranged killing formation had finally been completed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of arrows pierced through the air. The second head's vision was a blur, unable to distinguish the shadows of the arrows. At this critical moment, the second head clenched his teeth, letting out a low roar. Dragon slaying technique. With the long black blade on his back, he slashed horizontally. At that moment, the power of heaven and earth surged. An unparalleled power swept in all directions. Dragon slaying technique. Su Yu's pupils dilated. It's you! Outside the ruins, they had been attacked by a group of mysterious fighters. The leader of the black-robed men had managed to escape due to Zhang Jian's sudden counterattack. Su Yu had thought that it would be difficult to find out the identity of the black-robed man. Unexpectedly, they had actually met here. He was actually a member of the Black Water Pirates. Be careful. Retreat. Su Yu knew that the situation was not good, letting out a loud roar. This person's dragon-slaying technique was an immortal-level technique of stage 1 top class. The abilities he could unleash were close to an immortal realm level 3. Chapter 297. The dragon-like shadow of the blade sliced through the cold glow, heading straight for the archers surrounding them. Crack! The arrows were all destroyed by the glow of the blade, dust filling the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! The archers were terrified, escaping in a hurry. Creak! 2 Dragon Realm Level 7 archers did not manage to escape in time and were struck by the remnant energy of the blade, falling with serious injuries. Even though the rest managed to escape, their blood boiled under the force of the blade energy. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. With just one slash, he had almost killed all of them. Scram! Tu Long roared, dragging his giant blade as he opened up a path of blood, breaking out of the encirclement. The archers wanted to stop him, but were stopped by Su Yu. Looking at Tu Long's escaping figure, he shook his head with a smile. Don't chase a desperate enemy. Just follow behind. The daggers of Zi Yunxiang and the other strong martial artist had already injured the other party. Coupled with the effects of the intoxicating dream elixir in the dagger, the other party would completely faint as long as they could buy some time. They just had to wait, not take the risk of surrounding them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Suyu in the lead, the group followed far behind. Tu Long was extremely anxious, his vision getting darker and darker. An uncontrollable tiredness seeped into his soul. What kind of poison is that? How could its effects be so overbearing? Tu Long could not understand. He had never heard of a poison that could cause people to fall asleep. At this moment, his vision was getting blurry. Thud! At this moment, his vision was mostly blurry. Unknowingly, he fell to the ground. Boundless drowsiness engulfed him. He could not hold on any longer. The guard of the Inu Manor was overjoyed. He had fallen at the entrance of the Inu Manor. The second head of the Blackwater Pirates, the infamous Tu Long, had fallen at their hands. Whoosh! The group of guards was excited, rushing forward. No, come back. Su Yu's expression changed, berating them. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Furthermore, Tu Long was a cunning person. He might not have really fallen. The guard shuddered, retreating without hesitation. Just as they were about to retreat, Tu Long, who had clearly fallen to the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Without any warning, he swung the saber in his hand back. Dragon slaying technique. The snow-white blade sliced across the space behind him. A guard who had not retreated in time was sliced into two. Instantly, a rain of blood sprayed out and severed limbs flew everywhere. That guard didn't even have time to scream before he was beheaded with one slash. Bang! Tu Long's face was filled with disappointment. His original intention was to lure Suyu into taking the bait. Unexpectedly, he had only gotten rid of a small fry, Yang Jun. The guards of the Inu Manor were familiar with each other. The death of Yang Jun caused the eyes of the guards to tear. Tu Long crawled to his feet. Although his eyes were gradually blurring, he was still conscious. He sneered, "You guys can't stop me." His strength was so strong that he could barely withstand the effects of the intoxicating dream pill. With his strength, it was naturally difficult to protect all the Blackwater Pirates. But it was more than enough to escape from Silver Plume City alone. Palace Master Inu, I, Tu Long, am not as skilled as you, so I admit defeat today. There's still a long way to go. I will come to Silver Plume City again. When that time comes, I hope you'll be lucky enough to protect Silver Plume City. It was impossible for Suyu to guard the Inu area for the rest of his life. There would come a day when he would have to leave. Once the Dragon Slayer came, Silver Plume City would face a bloodbath. With this person's abilities and cunning, Suyu did not doubt it at all. Would his meticulous planning still fail in the end, allowing him to escape? Looking at the fresh blood on the ground, Suyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Trying to escape? Not so easy. This person could not be allowed to live. Tu Long's expression changed. He was very wary of Suyu himself. Suyu's power was no less than his own, and he had a deep impression of him. But he was so far away from Suyu. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation level was higher than Suyu's, his movement techniques were far above Suyu's. Although he might not be able to defeat Suyu, escaping was not a problem. We'll talk when you catch up to me. Tu Long let out a cold grunt, his figure flashing as he flew toward the horizon. Looking back, he found it strange that Suyu was standing at his original position, not giving chase. What is he trying to do? Tu Long had a bad feeling. Creak! Practically at this moment, a strand of spatial energy suddenly surged around him and enveloped him without any warning. How is this possible? I have already escaped 5 miles away. Tu Long was shocked, but Suyu did not give him the chance. The space energy instantly teleported him back. When he appeared again, he was only 30 feet away from Suyu, but the cunning Tu Long had already unleashed a technique the moment he appeared, before his figure had even completely appeared. Dragon slaying technique. Creak! The dragon-shaped shadow of the blade suddenly attacked Suyu, who was inches away, with the posture of a dragon slaying. It looked as though Suyu had used space teleportation to deliver a fatal killing move. "I knew you would do this." But Suyu was prepared. A shocking natural phenomenon spread in the surroundings. A destructive sound wave was shot out from his mouth. Two powerful forces that rivaled an immortal realm level 3 collided at this moment. How similar was this scene to what had happened a few days ago? The difference was that Suyu had learned his lesson. As he unleashed Buddhist Saint's 8 characters, he retreated crazily. After retreating 100 feet, the two destructive forces clashed. The terrifying sound wave was reflected, heading toward where Suyu was. Rumble! The place where he had just stood was blasted into a huge pit. Countless fine cracks spread along the deep pit, spreading toward Suyu. The ferocious energy wave sent Suyu, who was 100 feet away, flying dozens of meters back. A metallic taste welled up in his throat. Even though he was lightly injured, he had avoided the severe injuries he had suffered previously. Tu Long was not so lucky. He had been forcefully transported here and had no chance to retreat. Almost as soon as he appeared, the dragon-slaying art he had unleashed bounced back and struck his body. Pooh! Tu Long spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with flesh. He was sent flying, crashing into the walls of the Inu Manor. Many parts of his body were cut by the blade energy. His ribs could be seen, and his intestines were bleeding profusely. He was left with half a life in an instant. The people of the Inu Manor heaved a sigh of relief as they were shocked by Suyu's terrifying abilities. The dust had finally settled. Tu Long was half dead, and there was no more suspense. Suyu suppressed his boiling blood, his body flashing as he slammed his palm toward Tu Long's head. At this moment, Tu Long was severely injured, and there was no chance for him to dodge. "Wait, don't you want to know why I killed your vice palace masters?" Tu Long said in a panic. His only value at the moment was information. As a black water pirate, where did he get the audacity to kill Suyu, Shui Yao, and Feng Qing, the 3 vice palace masters? There is no need. Once I destroy the Blackwater pirates, we will naturally know. Suyu attacked coldly, pressing his palm against Tu Long's head. Finally, it was over. Using the power of the entire city and plotting many times, it was finally over. Tu Long let out an angry roar, resisting with all his might. But with his injuries, only death awaited him. But at this moment, whoosh! A bolt of spirit energy came from outside the Inu Manor, heading straight for Suyu. The majesty of the spirit energy had never been seen before. The terrifying power it contained was something that even Suyu and Tu Long could not compare to. An attack of Immortal Realm Level 3. Suyu's expression changed, seeing as the spirit energy was about to penetrate his body. At the critical moment, the snow-white wings on Suyu's back spread open. His movement technique was pushed to its limits, and he retreated quickly. He did not even have the time to care about Tu Long, who was just inches away. Thump! The spirit energy struck the ground, and the entire Inu Manor shook. The roof tiles fell with a crash. The trees shook violently, and the water in the pond formed a few meters high wave. In an instant, a large number of insects, fish, birds, and beasts were killed. A group of archers lost their balance in the violent shaking, falling to the ground. Ah! Ziyinshiang let out a cry. She was hit by the collapsing lighthouse, and she fell to the ground. The sudden attack had caused the Inu Manor to descend into chaos. What was even more chaotic was that Tu Long took advantage of the chaos to stand up, but he did not escape in panic. Instead, whoosh! Circulating what little spiritual energy he had left, Tu Long flew towards the injured Ziyinshiang and grabbed her by the neck. At this moment, Suyu was sent flying by the sudden attack, and he had no time to save her. The group of archers had no time to take care of themselves. Ha ha ha! Tu Long could not help but laugh. Even though there was blood at the corner of his mouth, he could not hide his delight and madness. Holding Zi Yunxiang in his hand, in the end he had won. Palace Master Inu, if you do not wish for her to die, retreat immediately. Tu Long grabbed Zi Yunxiang, flying high into the sky, retreating quickly. Zi Yunxiang's face was pale, her mind in a state of panic. She had fallen into Tu Long's hands. Let go of her. Su Yu's eyes were filled with anger. Chaos had suddenly descended, and the situation was chaotic. Tu Long wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with madness. Haha, Palace Master Inu. In the end, the winner is still me, Tu Long. If you do not wish for her to die, retreat immediately and order the city gates to be opened. Tu Long exerted some strength in his palm, squeezing Zi Yunxiang's snow-white neck until it turned white. Su Yu's eyes were cold. He was indebted to Zi Yunxiang. Zi Donglai had once entrusted her to him, but now she was in danger. If anything were to happen to her, Su Yu would not be able to forgive himself. I'll say it for the last time. Are you going to let her go or not? Su Yu was filled with killing intent. Tu Long laughed loudly. What a joke! She is my only hope of survival. How can I let her go just because you say so? If you want to save her, you need to have the ability to do so. Seal of Time. Su Yu's purple left eye shot out a purple glow. A purple dragon coiled around Tu Long, freezing him in time. Tu Long's smile froze, his heart contracting abruptly. Other than space teleportation, this Palace Master Inu still had such a strange, secret technique? His thoughts were still present, but his body seemed to have been frozen. A figure flashed in front of him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Yu flew over, his face filled with killing intent. In less than a breath's time, he could reach Tu Long. This time around, Tu Long was definitely going to die. But, whoosh, all of a sudden, a fiery red figure blocked Su Yu's path. His body was short and thick, but the frightening aura of an immortal realm level 3 was like an impenetrable wall, completely sealing off Su Yu's path of escape. Su Yu had wasted a time seal in order to save his life. He had wasted a breath of time just like that. Tu Long recovered, his forehead filled with cold sweat. Grabbing Zi Yunxiang's snow-white neck once again, Tu Long looked at the fiery red figure in front of him, losing his voice in shock. A red, clothed guard of the Empire? Gasping, Tu Long did not say anything, holding Zi Yunxiang hostage as he escaped. The red-clothed guard did not even look at him, allowing him to escape. Chapter 298. A tyrannical aura caused Su Yu to retreat continuously. In an instant, Tu Long had already seized Zi Yunxiang and escaped to the Inu Manor, heading straight for the outskirts of the city. Su Yu's eyes were about to pop, his murderous intents shooting toward the red-clothed guard. At two crucial moments, it was this person who forcefully obstructed him. Short stature, stern face, cultivation base of immortal level 3. A familiar memory flashed through his mind. It's you. This person was Inspector by his guard commander. Back in the Alliance City, he had a conflict with Su Yu. What do you mean you're not you? I have received orders from Lord Bai Luo to come and investigate the death of Palace Master Zongjian. You have committed a heinous crime and killed a deputy palace master without permission. Your crime is unforgivable. Follow me immediately to see Lord Bai Luo and await your punishment. Someone from Dynasty's headquarters finally came. Moreover, they were the worst kind of people. What was even worse was that they did not come early or late, but at the most crucial moment. Moreover, they had forcefully disturbed them, causing Zi Yunxiang to be captured. Murderous intent roared in his chest. Forcefully suppressing his anger, Su Yu said coldly, I will give the Empire an explanation regarding Zongjian. The person who escaped just now is the second head of the Black Water Pirates. He has wreaked havoc everywhere and even captured the citizens of the Inu area. We cannot let him escape. Quick, chase after him first. Su Yu gave an anxious roar, bypassing the red-clothed leader and chasing after Tu Long, who was about to leave the city. Boom! However, a penetrating spiritual energy traversed the void and shot towards Su Yu. From the looks of it, he wanted to kill Su Yu on the spot. Su Yu's expression changed. He hurriedly employed his movement technique, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. He then roared furiously, "Chasing after the black water pirates is more important." His heart was burning with anxiety. Let's not talk about Zi Yunxiang's safety, just talking about Zi Yunxiang's appearance. Once she fell into the hands of a group of barbaric bandits, how could she, who was an outstanding beauty, escape the fate of being raped? The longer she delayed, the more likely she would be humiliated. She was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. But after suffering such a terrible experience, her life was ruined. However, the red-clothed commander was full of righteousness. The black water pirates have nothing to do with this case. This commander is only responsible for bringing you back to stand trial. Surrender immediately. Don't even think of an excuse to escape. It was as if a volcano had erupted in Su Yu's chest, and his fury soared to the sky. The priority was to get rid of evil. Zi Yunxiang's fate was clearly worrying. He clearly saw everything with his own eyes. However, in order to take revenge on Su Yu, in order to avenge a personal grudge, he actually turned a blind eye. What's more, he purposely chose to strike twice at the most crucial moment. This is Qi undisguised malicious revenge. Here, me, get lost. Su Yu's eyes were burning with fury. His eyes were bloodshot, and his killing intent was bone-piercing. An angry roar filled with shocking killing intent shook the clouds and reached the 9 heavens. This roar seemed to be able to shatter the clouds in the sky and burn everything to ashes. The entire Silver Plume City felt as though it had been struck by lightning, causing the hearts of hundreds of thousands of people to shrink. The red-clothed leader's body trembled involuntarily. That voice was filled with rage and monstrous, murderous intent. That pair of blood-red eyes that were burning with flames made the red-clothed leader realize that he seemed to have really angered him to the extreme. However, when he recalled his identity and the purpose of this trip, his face quickly turned cold. "Humph! You roared at this commander and looked down on the Saint Monarch. Your crimes will be added to the list." Su Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intents. At this moment, Tu Long had already seized Zi Yunxiang and escaped into the sky. If he did not catch up, what awaited Zi Yunxiang was the fate of being defiled. Time was of the essence. You deserve die. It had been a long time since Su Yu had such a strong killing intent. The red-clothed leader had a stern expression. Your murderous intent is extremely strong. You are indeed a cruel person. People like you cannot be left alive. Thunder Starfinger. Su Yu activated his immortal level technique, purple lightning glowing. The red-clothed leader laughed and shook his head. Insignificant skill. He lifted his finger to release a bit of spirit energy. At that moment, a powerful force engulfed Su Yu's body. Pooh! The lightning in Su Yu's palm was like a weak flame, instantly extinguished by the howling wind. At the same time, the remaining spirit energy struck Su Yu's chest, sending him flying 100 meters away and crashing into the walls of the manor. The frightening attack caused Su Yu's organs to tremble, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Su Yu himself was buried in the rubble. Palace Master. The people in the manor shouted anxiously, hurriedly pouncing forward to dig up the rubble. However, within the rubble, another voice suddenly rang out. Tribulation of ice and thunder. Thick, murderous intents pierced through the rubble, abruptly bursting forth. Creak! In the sky, without any warning, a thunder ice dragon descended from the sky, swallowing the red-clothed leader. The attack was sudden, causing the red-clothed leader to be unprepared. The red-clothed leader casually raised his head and looked over, laughing as he shook his head. Hee, so the immortal level technique was only to attract my attention. The true killing move is here. Unfortunately, it is still an insignificant skill. But Leader Tai Mu raised his hand and grabbed. That kind of peerlessly powerful and terrifying divine decree was actually effortlessly grabbed and destroyed by a casual palm. Creak! The thunder dragon let out a whimper, turning into bolts of lightning. Commander Tai Mu's palm did not even have a scratch on it. The power is passable, but unfortunately, in my eyes, it is merely a struggle before death. Leader Tai Mu shook his head, taking a step toward the rubble. The people of the Inu Manor gasped. The power of the tribulation of ice and thunder was enough to kill everyone present. But in the hands of the Empire of Darkness Commander, it was destroyed with a wave of his hand. Accept your fate. If I want to capture you, you have no choice. Leader Tai Mu took a step forward, his frightening aura-suppressing Suyu. His eyes were filled with mockery, as well as the pleasure of revenge. The more anxious Suyu was, the more pleased he felt. That day, in front of Inspector Bai He and Palace Masterling, he was slapped in the face by this arrogant fool. He would never forget that slap. It was one of the few humiliations he had suffered in his life. Now, Suyu had brought this upon himself and was guilty. It was the best time for revenge. However, just as Leader Tai Mu was about to capture Suyu, a destructive energy abruptly burst forth from the ruins. Buddhist Saints 8 characters. Confrontation. The tribulation of ice and thunder and Buddhist Saints 8 characters had no gaps between the two. The moment the Thunder Starfinger was dispersed, it was the tribulation of ice and thunder. The moment the tribulation of ice and thunder was dispersed, it was Buddhist Saints 8 characters. The final Buddhist Saints 8 characters was the surprise attack, the true killing move. In his carelessness, the red-clothed leader's expression turned rigid. The sound wave, which arrived in an instant, carried with it a destructive energy that was beyond compare. It was not something that someone of Su Yu's level could unleash. The power of that move was enough to threaten him. Rumble! Ah! A pathetic shriek could be heard. The red-clothed leader was caught off guard and was engulfed by the sound wave. The destructive sound wave shattered his red robe, sending him flying 10 meters away, crashing into a giant rock. Pooh! In the tremor, the red-clothed leader spat out a mouthful of blood. The people of the Inu Manor were filled with shock and despair. The palace master had repeatedly used his trump card. His strongest killing move, Buddhist Saints 8 characters, had only caused the other party to spit out a mouthful of blood and suffer light injuries. Leader Tai Mu was too strong. He was so strong that it caused others to feel despair. The invincible palace master Een, you could only feel despair in front of him. Cough, cough. Leader Tai Mu stood up shakily. His indifferent expression was frighteningly gloomy. He, an immortal realm level 3, the leader of Inspector Bai He's guards, had actually been plotted against by a little brat. If not for the absolute suppression of their cultivation levels, that attack would have been enough to take his life. He no longer concealed his murderous intent. Clenching his teeth, his heart filled with humiliation, Leader Tai Mu walked toward the ruins. Every step he took was accompanied by an intimidating and oppressive aura. The ground shook, the crowd was silent. Leader Tai Mu, who was filled with murderous intent, caused everyone to tremble in fear. Until he reached the ruins, Leader Tai Mu clenched his teeth and said, Lord Bai Luo has ordered that if anyone resists stubbornly, I have the authority to kill them on the spot. Inu, you have committed a heinous crime and are unrepentant and stubborn. I will follow the Lord's orders and take your life on the spot. Rumble! Leader Tai Mu struck with his palm. The frightening spirit energy caused the ruins to descend. The ruins sank by more than half a meter. At the same time, cracking sounds could be heard as the ruins were forcefully crushed. Pooh! Within the ruins, a pool of blood sprayed out like a fountain. That was the blood of Su Yu, who had been crushed into minced meat. Palace Master! The people of the Inu Manor roared in sorrow. It was not easy for the nameless area to change its name to the Inu area. It was not easy for a powerful deputy palace master to appear. It was not easy for an intelligent area master to appear. The Inu area was about to become prosperous. The black water pirates were about to be destroyed, and everything was about to become prosperous. Why were the people of the headquarters so rude and unreasonable? They did not even give Palace Master Inu a chance, forcing him to the brink of death. Furious gazes were directed at Leader Tai Mu from all directions. Humph! If you take another look, you will be executed. Leader Tai Mu calmly glanced at them, as if he was looking at a group of ants. Thump! Leader Tai Mu walked forward, kicking the ruins aside. Even if you die without a corpse, I will bring your minced meat back to report. Looking at the pool of blood, Leader Tai Mu disapprovingly shook his head. In front of absolute power, all schemes and plots are futile. As your final trump card, that sound wave technique of yours is quite powerful, unfortunately to me. But at this moment, from deep within the ruins, an extremely cold voice could be heard. Who told you that was the final trump card? What, he was still alive? Leader Tai Mu's expression changed. If that sound wave technique was not the final trump card, then what was? Suddenly, his heart thumped wildly, the shadow of death suddenly descending upon him. I said, "Want you die." Creak! Hundreds of transparent ice threads shot out from the cracks in the ruins. Leader Tai Mu, who was stepping on the ruins, was caught off guard and was tightly bound by the divine ice threads. The sharp divine ice threads sliced his body, but for someone as powerful as him, the divine ice threads could not cut into his flesh. Leader Tai Mu was shocked, then sneered. "This is your final trump card. If that is the case, I will give you another kick, sending you on your way." Huh. With a low grunt, Leader Tai Mu released his spirit energy, breaking more than half of the divine ice threads. The once indestructible divine ice threads had been permanently destroyed, just like that. But from deep within the ruins, Su Yu's cold voice could be heard. "This will only make your death faster." Whoosh! Suddenly, Leader Tai Mu's body froze, lowering his head to look at his heart. His expression changed, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying.